Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the mailbox was always full, letters, small packages, scribbled notes, but no one in the house had sent anything. When the post office confirmed no outgoing mail had ever left the property, they checked the attic. Inside a locked trunk, they found hundreds of sealed envelopes, all addressed to people who no longer existed. In the small town of Ridgefield, Connecticut, the Victorian house at 47 Maple Street had stood for over a century. Its blue-gray paint faded gradually over the decades, like memories dissolving into time. The property had changed hands only 4 times since its construction in 1891. The Caldwell family, Margaret, 68, and her son Thomas, 42, had lived there for 23 years, since Thomas was a teenager. They were known as quiet, private people who kept to themselves, but were always polite when encountered at the local grocery store or pharmacy. Margaret was a retired librarian, her posture slightly stooped after years of retrieving books from high shelves. Thomas worked remotely as a data analyst, rarely venturing beyond the property except for occasional errands. The neighbors would sometimes see him tending to the garden in the early morning hours, methodically watering each plant before the sun rose too high. Their routine was unchanging. Every Tuesday, Margaret would walk to the public library, return with 3 or 4 books, and settle into her reading. Thomas would take his laptop to the back porch when weather permitted, typing away for hours. Neither used social media. Neither had many visitors. Their landline rarely rang. It was Evelyn Pierce, the mail carrier who had been delivering to the neighborhood for 15 years, who first noticed something unusual. For a home with such reclusive residents, the Caldwell house produced an unusual amount of outgoing mail, sometimes 5 or 6 letters a day, occasionally small packages wrapped in brown paper and twine. They were always neatly addressed, Evelyn would later tell Detective James Harding. Perfect handwriting, like someone who had practiced penmanship for years. But I never saw either of them put anything in the mailbox. It was always just there when I arrived. The addressees were varied, some to residential addresses across the country, others to P.O. boxes, a few to overseas locations. The return address was always the same, 47 Maple Street, Ridgefield, City. Evelyn might never have thought twice about it if not for what happened on March 17, 2023. That morning, while sorting mail at the post office before her route, she noticed a letter from the Caldwell house addressed to a Daniel Westbrook at an address in Savannah, Georgia. The name rang familiar. She had delivered mail to a Daniel Westbrook in Ridgefield 15 years ago, before he passed away in a car accident. She set the letter aside and checked her records during her lunch break. The Daniel Westbrook who had lived in Ridgefield had indeed died in 2008. She looked through her logbook and found she had delivered similar letters to that same Savannah address at least once a month for the past year. Something just felt wrong, she told investigators. I've been delivering mail long enough to trust my instincts. Evelyn reported her concerns to her supervisor, who contacted the Postal Inspection Service. A quick investigation revealed something disturbing. Many of the addresses the Caldwells were sending mail to either didn't exist or were registered to people who had been deceased for years. When Detective Harding first knocked on the door of 47 Maple Street on March 21, 2023, Margaret Caldwell answered with a pleasant but distant smile. The house smelled of old books and furniture polish. A grandfather clock ticked loudly in the living room. Thomas sat at the dining room table, his laptop open but screen dark. "We're investigating some irregularities with mail from this address," Detective Harding explained, showing his badge. "There must be some mistake," Margaret said, her voice soft but firm. "Thomas and I hardly ever send letters anymore. Everything's email these days, isn't it?" Harding noted that neither seemed particularly concerned by the police presence. He asked if he could look around the house. They consented without hesitation. The first floor revealed nothing unusual, just the tidy home of two people living a quiet life. The second floor contained their bedrooms and a small study lined with bookshelves. It was in the attic that Harding found the first indication that something was wrong. The space was immaculately organized, unlike most attics. Boxes were labeled and stacked according to size. Old furniture was draped with clean white sheets, and in the corner stood an antique trunk secured with a brass padlock. "What's in here?" Harding asked, pointing to the trunk. Thomas and Margaret exchanged a glance that lasted a fraction of a second too long. "Just old family papers," Thomas said. "Nothing important." "Would you mind opening it?" Another glance between them. "We've lost the key," Margaret said. "It's been locked for years." Detective Harding obtained a search warrant the next day. When they broke open the padlock, they found hundreds of sealed envelopes organized by date, along with dozens of small packages. The letters dated back nearly 20 years. All were addressed to people who, subsequent investigation would reveal, had either died, never existed, or had no connection to the address listed. More disturbing were the journals, 12 of them filled with Margaret's neat handwriting, detailing elaborate fictional lives for each addressee. Daniel Westbrook wasn't dead in her narrative. He had moved to Savannah and started a boat tour business. A woman named Claire Simmons, who had been Margaret's childhood friend before dying of leukemia at age 13, was, according to the journals, now a grandmother living in Portland, Oregon. She created entire worlds, Dr. Alina Reed, the forensic psychologist assigned to the case, explained. Margaret couldn't accept the deaths of people she cared about, so she continued their lives through these letters. She wrote to them as if they were still alive, sharing news, asking questions. Then she would answer for them in her journals, imagining their responses, their life events. Thomas claimed he had been unaware of his mother's activities, but digital forensics told a different story. His computer contained meticulous spreadsheets tracking each letter, each fictional life development. He had created online accounts for some of these personas, complete with social media profiles that were never active but existed nonetheless. It was their shared delusion, Dr. Reed said. A fantasy world where death wasn't final, where relationships continued beyond the grave. The letters themselves were mundane, updates about the weather, neighborhood gossip, questions about fictional events in the recipients' lives. Nothing threatening or harmful, just the continuation of conversations that should have ended years or decades ago. When investigators dug deeper into Margaret and Thomas's history, they discovered that both had experienced significant trauma. Margaret had lost her husband, parents, and best friend all within a 3-year period. Thomas had been severely bullied as a child and developed social anxiety that worsened as he aged. The house at 47 Maple Street wasn't just their home, it was their sanctuary from loss. Within those walls, no one ever truly died. Relationships never ended. The people they loved continued existing in a parallel world maintained through carefully crafted correspondence. No charges were filed against the Caldwells. Instead, both entered therapy. The hundreds of unsent letters were catalogued as evidence but eventually returned to them. The mail finally stopped. 5 months after the investigation, Margaret passed away in her sleep. Thomas sold the house and moved to an apartment in another state. The new owners of 47 Maple Street renovated extensively, removing walls, updating fixtures, erasing the physical traces of the Caldwells' decades there. But sometimes, according to the current mail carrier, envelopes still appear in the mailbox at 47 Maple Street, elegantly addressed, carefully sealed, bearing stamps that are no longer in circulation. They're always addressed to Margaret Caldwell, and they always come on Tuesdays. The post office returns them marked addressee unknown. No one has ever determined who sends them or from where. Like the Caldwells' letters, they seem to materialize from nowhere, carried by invisible hands, bearing messages that will never be read. Some in the town of Ridgefield whisper that it's Thomas, unable to let go. Others suggest it's the recipients of Margaret's letters, finally responding from whatever place exists beyond life. But most believe it's simply the house itself, continuing the only conversation it has ever known, one between the living and those who exist only in memory. The mail keeps coming, the story continues, and somewhere in journals no one will ever find, lives unfold that were never meant to end. Crime 2, behind layers of paint and drywall, a pattern emerged, names carved into the studs with something sharp, dozens of them. Some had last initials, others just one letter, but every name matched a missing persons report from the surrounding counties. The newest name had been added in wet ink. It wasn't dry yet. Detective Sarah Marston stood motionless in the dim light of the basement, her flashlight beam fixed on the exposed wall. The air was thick with dust and the metallic tang of old pipes. The renovation crew that had discovered the names while demolishing the walls had called it in immediately. Now, as lead investigator for Somerset County's cold case unit, she was facing what could be the breakthrough they'd been waiting for, or a nightmarish new case that would consume the next years of her life. 43 names, said Officer Tanner, scrolling through his tablet. So far we've matched 29 to missing persons reports filed between 1998 and 2023. Sarah's light lingered on the final name. Melissa K. The ink, dark blue, almost black, glistened under her beam. Whoever had written it had been in this basement within the last few hours. The thought sent a chill through her body despite the humid July heat. The house on Willow Creek Road had stood vacant for nearly 8 months. The previous owner, an elderly man named Edwin Porter, had passed away last November. No family had come forward to claim the property, and it had eventually been purchased at auction by a development company planning to renovate and flip it. Porter had lived alone for decades, according to neighbors, a quiet man who kept to himself. the kind neighbors described as no trouble and always polite but private. "What do we know about Melissa Kay?" Sarah asked, her voice echoing softly against the concrete floor. Melissa Kaplan, 27, reported missing by her roommate 3 days ago when she didn't come home from her night shift at Mercy Hospital. She's a nurse there. Her car was found in a hospital parking lot, but security cameras show her walking toward the bus stop at 11:42 p.m. No sign of her after that. Sarah nodded slowly, absorbing the information while her eyes traced the wall. The older names had been carved directly into the wooden beams with what appeared to be a pocket knife or similar tool. More recent ones had been written in ink, different colors, different handwriting styles, as if the methodology had evolved over time. "I want the whole place sealed off, full forensic sweep, and get me everything we have on Edwin Porter, background, employment history, known associates, everything." By morning, the quiet neighborhood had transformed. Police vehicles lined the street. Yellow tape cordoned off the property. Neighbors gathered in small clusters, exchanging theories and memories of the late Mr. Porter. "He always brought in my newspaper when it rained," said Martha Winters, 73, who lived across the street. "Such a thoughtful man. This has to be some kind of mistake." "Did you ever see him with visitors?" Sarah asked, noting the genuine confusion in Martha's eyes. "Almost never. His sister would visit once a year or so, and occasionally a young man would come by. I assumed it was a nephew or someone helping with yard work." "Can you describe this young man?" Martha's forehead wrinkled in concentration. "Tall, thin, dark hair, I think. I only ever saw him from a distance. He drove a dark-colored pickup truck." As Sarah collected statements, a pattern emerged. Edwin Porter had lived in the house for 32 years. Before that, property records showed the house belonged to his parents. He had worked as a janitor at Somerset Community College until his retirement in 2015. No criminal record, no spouse or children. His sister, the only known relative, lived in Arizona and hadn't visited in 3 years. Back at the station, Sarah spread the files across the conference room table. 43 names, 43 lives. The earliest disappearance dated back to 1998, a 19-year-old college student named Jamie Winters who had vanished while walking home from a party. The most recent was Melissa Kaplan, still missing. "We've got something," Detective Reynolds said, entering the room with a thick folder. Edwin Porter's medical records. He was diagnosed with early-onset dementia in 2018. His condition deteriorated rapidly over the next few years. By the time he died, he was in the advanced stages. Sarah frowned. "That doesn't fit. Some of these names were added after his condition would have made it impossible for him to write clearly." "There's more," Reynolds continued. "Porter had a nephew who checked in on him regularly, Daniel Porter, 34, currently works as an orderly at Mercy Hospital." Sarah felt the pieces clicking into place. The same hospital where Melissa Kaplan worked. "We're bringing Daniel in now." Daniel Porter sat in the interrogation room, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the metal table. He was tall and thin, just as Martha Winters had described. Dark circles hung under his eyes, and his pale skin suggested someone who spent little time outdoors. "I don't understand why I'm here," he said, voice soft and measured. My uncle passed away months ago. Sarah placed a photograph on the table, the wall of names. We found this in your uncle's basement. Can you explain it? Daniel glanced at the image, his expression unchanging. I've never been in the basement. Uncle Edwin kept it locked, said it was dangerous down there, old wiring, asbestos, that sort of thing. But you had a key to the house. Of course, I checked on him 3 times a week, brought groceries, helped with his medication. And after he died, did you continue to visit the house? A slight hesitation, once or twice, to collect some personal items he'd wanted me to have. Sarah placed another photograph on the table. This one showed a close-up of the most recent name, Melissa Kay. Do you know Melissa Kaplan? Daniel's face remained impassive. She works at the hospital, night shift nurse. We've spoken a few times. When did you last see her? I don't remember exactly. A week ago, maybe. Sarah leaned forward. Daniel, Melissa has been missing for 3 days. Her name appears on this wall in ink that was still wet yesterday evening. How do you explain that? For a moment, something flickered behind Daniel's eyes, something cold and calculating. Then it was gone, replaced by confusion and concern. Missing, I had no idea, and I certainly don't know anything about these names. This is the first I'm hearing of any of this. The interrogation continued for hours, but Daniel Porter remained composed. He answered questions calmly, expressing appropriate concern about Melissa's disappearance. There was nothing in his demeanor to suggest guilt, except for the occasional moment when his mask seemed to slip, revealing something darker underneath. Without evidence connecting Daniel directly to the names or to Melissa's disappearance, they eventually had to let him go. But Sarah assigned an unmarked car to follow him. The search of Edwin Porter's house continued. Forensic teams found traces of blood beneath the basement floor, small amounts but from multiple sources. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no bodies buried on the property. Whatever had happened to the people whose names appeared on the wall, they weren't buried there. 5 days after Melissa Kaplan's disappearance, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A teenage boy who had been flying a drone in the wooded area behind Somerset Community College captured footage of what appeared to be a small cabin hidden among the trees. When police investigated, they discovered the property belonged to Edwin Porter, a fact that had somehow been missed in their initial investigation. Inside the cabin, they found Melissa Kaplan. She was alive but severely dehydrated, her wrists and ankles bound with zip ties. The cabin walls were covered with photographs, dozens of them, showing people in various stages of distress. Each photograph corresponded to a name on the basement wall. But Daniel Porter wasn't there. In the days that followed, Melissa's statement painted a disturbing picture. She had been leaving work when Daniel offered her a ride home, saying the buses weren't running due to a water main break downtown. Once in his car, he'd injected her with something that made her lose consciousness. She awoke in the cabin, where Daniel explained that he was continuing his uncle's work. He talked about his uncle like he was some kind of mentor, Melissa told Sarah from her hospital bed. Said Edwin had been collecting people's stories for decades. That's how he put it, collecting stories. He said everyone has a story worth preserving, especially at the moment when they realize it's about to end. A search of Daniel's apartment uncovered journals dating back to his teenage years, describing in meticulous detail how he had assisted his uncle in abducting and eventually killing at least 27 people. The earliest entries suggested Edwin had been acting alone before Daniel joined him. The later entries, after Edwin's dementia diagnosis, indicated Daniel had taken over completely, sometimes bringing victims to visit his uncle so Edwin could add their names to his collection. But Daniel Porter had vanished. His car was found abandoned at a bus station in Pittsburgh. Security footage showed him boarding a bus to Chicago, but the trail went cold from there. 6 months later, Sarah Marston received a postcard with no return address. On one side was a picture of the Grand Canyon. On the other, written in now familiar handwriting, was a simple message. The walls here have so many beautiful names. I think of you often, detective. Sarah placed the postcard in an evidence bag, knowing it would join the growing file on Daniel Porter. The investigation had brought closure to dozens of families whose loved ones' disappearances had remained unsolved for years. Edwin Porter's collection had included detailed journals documenting each victim's final moments, their confusion, their fear, their desperate pleas. But Daniel was still out there, still collecting. And somewhere on some hidden wall, new names were being added. Every night, Sarah checked the locks on her doors and windows. Every morning, she scanned missing persons reports with dread, and always in the back of her mind, she wondered whose name would be next. The chill that had settled in her bones that first day in Edwin Porter's basement had never left. It had become a part of her now, a constant reminder that behind the ordinary facades of everyday life, darkness sometimes lurked. That the quiet neighbor who brings in your newspaper when it rains might be harboring unimaginable secrets. That the walls around us, if they could speak, might tell stories too terrible to hear. Crime 3, it overlooked a blank gray wall, no texture, no reflection, just solid concrete. But the architect insisted no structure existed on that side of the property. When the wall was touched, it felt warm, and when photographed, the image showed something behind it, what looked like a bed, and someone standing beside it. Rebecca Larson had lived in the Westfield apartments for 3 years before she noticed anything unusual about her bedroom window. A 32-year-old librarian with a fondness for botanical illustration and quiet evenings, she had chosen the third-floor unit specifically for its northeastern exposure. The morning light, she told friends, was perfect for her small collection of houseplants. On March 17, 2018, Rebecca woke to find that something had changed. The view from her bedroom window, which had always offered a glimpse of maple trees and the distant spire of St. Matthew's Church, was now completely obstructed by what appeared to be a concrete wall, perfectly smooth and eerily close to her window. I remember thinking I must still be dreaming, Rebecca's mother, Elaine, later recalled during her interview with Detective James Harmon. When she called me that morning, her voice was so calm, too calm. She just said, "Mom, someone built a wall outside my window last night." The property manager, Curtis Wells, visited Rebecca's apartment that afternoon. According to the maintenance logs, he documented the wall as unexplained construction and promised to contact the building owner. What Wells didn't share with Rebecca was his own confusion. The building plans, which he had consulted for 15 years, showed nothing but open air on that side of the structure. No neighboring building, no barrier, nothing. On March 19, Rebecca contacted the city planning office. Maya Delacroix, head of residential permits, searched their records and found no approved construction within 200 feet of the Westfield apartments. We have no record of any structure that could account for what Ms. Larson was describing, Delacroix stated in her official report. I suggested she might want to document the situation with photographs. Rebecca followed this advice. The first photographs, taken with her iPhone on March 20, show exactly what one would expect. A gray concrete wall, approximately 8 inches from her window glass. But the third photograph revealed something else, something that shouldn't have been possible. The image quality wasn't great, explained forensic photographer Timothy Chen, who later analyzed the photos for the police investigation. But there was definitely an anomaly in the third shot. When enhanced, you could clearly see what appeared to be the edge of a bed frame and a blurry human figure standing beside it. It was as if the camera had somehow photographed through the solid wall. Rebecca began touching the wall. She would later describe to Detective Harmon how it felt inexplicably warm, like it had been sitting in the sun for hours, even though it was on the north side of the building. She also noted that the wall seemed to vibrate slightly under her fingertips, almost like it was breathing. On March 23, Rebecca's neighbor, Sarah Foster, reported hearing intense conversation coming from Rebecca's apartment around 11:30 p.m. I distinctly heard a man's voice, Foster told police. It was unusual because Rebecca rarely had visitors, especially that late. When questioned, Rebecca denied having any guests that evening. The building's security camera footage showed Rebecca entering her apartment at 6:47 p.m. on March 23 and not leaving again until the following morning. No one else entered her unit during that time. By March 28, Rebecca had begun keeping a detailed journal of her observations. The entries, later recovered by investigators, grew increasingly disturbed. The wall changes temperature throughout the day, but not in any pattern that correlates with the sun's position. Sometimes I think I hear sounds coming through it, not voices exactly, but movement, like someone pacing. Pressed my ear against the wall for nearly an hour tonight, heard what sounded like breathing. When I knocked, the breathing stopped. Rebecca's final journal entry, dated April 2, simply read, I know someone is watching me through the wall. I can feel their eyes. Tomorrow I'm going to break through. On April 3, Rebecca failed to appear for her shift at the Westfield Public Library. Her supervisor, Martin Grayson, called her cell phone several times without answer. Concerned by her uncharacteristic absence, Grayson contacted Rebecca's mother, who used her spare key to enter the apartment at approximately 5:30 p.m. The bedroom window had been shattered. Glass fragments covered the floor, and Rebecca's bedside lamp had been used as an improvised hammer. But what truly unsettled investigators was the absence of any wall beyond the broken window, only open air and the expected view of maple trees and St. Matthew's Church in the distance. There was no evidence that a wall had ever existed, stated Officer Patricia Nichols in her initial report. No debris, no foundation, no attachment points on the building exterior. Nothing. Rebecca Larson was never found. The subsequent investigation revealed several troubling inconsistencies. The building's architectural firm, Jensen and Associates, provided original blueprints confirming that no structural element should have obstructed Rebecca's window. However, 5 other residents of the Westfield apartments reported having seen a solid gray surface outside her window in the weeks before her disappearance. Rebecca's phone contained 27 photographs of the wall taken between March 20 and April 2. In the final 3 images, enhanced by forensic technicians, the blurry figure beside the bed appeared to be moving progressively closer to the camera. The most disturbing aspect of the case, Detective Harmon would later confide to a colleague, was what we found embedded in the window frame. Using a microscope, the lab identified traces of concrete dust mixed with organic material. The organic material contained DNA that matched nothing in our database, not human, not animal, not any known plant species. In the months following Rebecca's disappearance, 3 other residents of the building reported briefly seeing a gray wall outside their windows. By the time police responded in each instance, the wall was gone. One resident, elderly widower Frank Dempsey, claimed he saw a woman's face pressed against the wall like it was trying to push through. The Westfield apartments were condemned in October 2019, citing structural instability. During demolition, workers discovered an architectural anomaly, a space between walls on the 3rd floor that didn't appear in any blueprint. The space measured exactly 8 inches wide and ran the length of where Rebecca's apartment had been. Nothing was found inside this narrow void except for a single earring, later identified as belonging to Rebecca Larson. The case remains officially classified as an unsolved disappearance. Rebecca's mother still maintains a small website dedicated to finding answers, though the number of visitors has dwindled over the years. The property where the Westfield apartments once stood remains undeveloped, with local residents reporting that no contractor will take on the project. Detective Harmon, who retired in 2023, keeps a framed copy of one of Rebecca's photographs on his desk at home. In it, just barely visible through the enhanced image of the concrete wall, is what appears to be a window looking back into Rebecca's room from a perspective that should not have been possible. Sometimes, Harmon told a journalist who interviewed him for a true crime podcast in 2024, I swear I can see someone different standing in that room, and sometimes I think they're looking right at me. Crime 4, it wasn't on any blueprint. A loose tile in the hallway revealed a hatch, and beneath it, a fully furnished nursery, rocking chair, crib, wallpaper with faded stars. Everything was child-sized, but on the walls someone had drawn tally marks all at adult height, carved deep into the concrete. Sarah and Michael Addison had been searching for months before they found the perfect house. It was a Victorian-style home built in the 1890s, nestled in the quiet town of Pinecrest, Maine. The price was surprisingly affordable for such a spacious property, a fact that their realtor attributed to the declining population in the area. The couple was ecstatic. At 35, Sarah had just received her first positive pregnancy test after years of trying. The timing seemed perfect, almost too perfect. The previous owner, Eleanor Winters, was an elderly woman who had lived alone for decades after her husband passed away. Neighbors described her as a private person who rarely entertained visitors. When Alina died at 92, the house went up for sale immediately. The Addisons were told she had no living relatives. During their first week in the house, Sarah noticed something peculiar. Despite the home's age, the hallway floor in the east wing seemed newer than the rest. The oak planks didn't match perfectly with the surrounding wood. Just a repair job, Michael had said, dismissing her concerns, but Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. 3 months into their residency, on a quiet Sunday afternoon in October, Sarah was home alone. Michael had gone to visit his parents 2 hours away in Portland. The autumn rain tapped gently against the windows as Sarah organized baby clothes in what would soon be the nursery. Their child was due in February, and Sarah wanted everything to be perfect. As she walked down the hallway carrying a box of tiny socks and onesies, her foot caught on something. A small section of the flooring had come loose. Sarah knelt down, running her fingers along the edge of the tile. It wasn't actually fixed to the floor beneath. With a gentle pull, the piece came away completely, revealing a small metal ring attached to what appeared to be a trapdoor. Sarah's heart raced. She called Michael immediately, but reception in the old house was spotty. The call went straight to voicemail. After several minutes of hesitation, curiosity got the better of her. Using a flashlight from her phone, Sarah carefully pulled the metal ring. The hatch opened with surprising ease, as if it had been used recently. A narrow wooden ladder descended into darkness. The air that rose from below was cool and carried a faint smell of talcum powder. Sarah hesitated, then carefully made her way down, one hand protectively cradling her growing belly. What she found defied explanation. The underground room was approximately 12 feet by 15 feet, with concrete walls and a low ceiling. But what struck Sarah was the meticulous detail with which the space had been converted into a nursery. Pastel wallpaper with silver stars covered the walls, though the edges were peeling in places. A wooden crib stood in the center, complete with a mobile of handcrafted birds suspended above it. A rocking chair sat in the corner beside a small bookshelf filled with children's books from the 1950s and 60s. Everything was coated in a thin layer of dust. But the most disturbing feature was the tally marks, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, etched into the concrete walls at adult height, visible in places where the wallpaper had peeled away. Some sections had clearly been marked daily for years. Near the tallies were dates, the earliest from 1965, the most recent from just last year. Sarah backed away slowly, her breath coming in short gasps. As she turned to climb back up the ladder, her flashlight caught something else, a small door on the far side of the room, no more than 3 feet high. It was locked with a heavy padlock, rusted with age. By the time Michael returned home that evening, Sarah had already called the police. Detective James Harmon arrived with 2 officers, expressions grave as they examined the hidden room. The detective was a man in his late 50s with weary eyes that suggested he'd seen more than his share of disturbing cases. "Mrs. Addison, I need you to wait upstairs while we investigate this further," Detective Harmon said quietly. Sarah nodded, her hands trembling as Michael led her back to their living room. Hours passed. The sounds of activity beneath the floorboards continued well into the night. More officers arrived, along with crime scene technicians carrying specialized equipment. It was past midnight when Detective Harmon finally came up to speak with them. "We've opened the small door," he said, his voice carefully controlled. "It leads to a tunnel that extends approximately 50 yards to the east, ending at what appears to be an old storm cellar on the property line. But why would anyone build a nursery underground?" Michael asked, his arm protectively around Sarah's shoulders. Detective Harmon's expression darkened. "We're still piecing things together, but we've found several items that concern us. Birth certificates, photographs, personal effects, all belonging to children who were reported missing between 1965 and 2023. Sarah's hand flew to her mouth. "How many?" "We've identified items possibly connected to 17 different children," the detective replied. "The most recent was from 10 months ago, a 5-year-old boy who disappeared from a playground in Augusta." The investigation that followed revealed a history that the town of Pinecrest had either forgotten or deliberately buried. Alina Winters hadn't always lived alone. Her husband, Dr. Thomas Winters, had been a respected pediatrician in the community until his sudden death in 1990. After his passing, Alina had become increasingly reclusive, rarely leaving the house except for necessary errands. What no one knew, or perhaps what no one had wanted to acknowledge, was that the Winters had never had children of their own. Yet Alina's diary, found hidden in a compartment beneath the rocking chair, detailed her desperate desire for motherhood. Pages filled with longing and increasingly disturbed thoughts about the children her husband treated. "It's not fair that they have so many when we have none," one entry from 1964 read. "Thomas says he can bring one home just for a little while. No one will notice if we're careful." Forensic analysis of the underground room revealed multiple DNA profiles. Some matched cold cases of missing children dating back decades. Others remained unidentified. The tally marks, investigators concluded, recorded days of captivity. The tunnel leading to the storm cellar showed signs of recent use. Detective Harmon theorized that Alina had continued her husband's horrific legacy long after his death. The most recent date carved into the wall was just 3 months before Alina's death, around the time the last child had been reported missing from a nearby county. But the most chilling discovery came when officers conducted a thorough search of the property. Behind the house, in a small grove of pine trees, they found 17 small graves, each marked only with a carved river stone. DNA testing would later confirm that each grave contained the remains of a child who had been reported missing over the past 6 decades. The Addisons never returned to the house. Sarah gave birth to a healthy baby girl the following February, but the shadow of what they had discovered lingered. They moved to Arizona, as far from Maine as they could reasonably go, seeking sunshine and open spaces to erase the memories of that hidden room. The house in Pinecrest was eventually demolished. A memorial garden now stands in its place, 17 flowering trees planted in a circle, their branches reaching toward the sky, visible, unlike the children who had been hidden away beneath the ground for so long. To this day, residents of Pinecrest avoid talking about the Winters house. Some claim to have suspected something all along, the way Alina would sometimes be seen buying children's clothes, the lights that occasionally flickered in the east wing of the house late at night, but no one had ever said anything. No one had ever checked. And in the town records, carefully preserved in the basement of the Pinecrest Historical Society, there is a document that few have ever seen. A building permit from 1964 issued to Thomas and Alina Winters for a storm shelter. The application notes that the shelter would include a small room designed as a fallout nursery in case of nuclear attack, a common fear during that era. But what the permit doesn't explain is why the nursery was built with locks on the outside of the doors, or why, according to the forensic evidence, some children had been kept there for years before the tally marks stopped being carved into the walls. The case of the underground nursery remains one of the most disturbing in Maine's criminal history. And for the families of the 17 children, the discovery brought answers they had waited decades to receive, answers that offered closure but no comfort. Detective Harmon retired the year after the case closed. In his final report, he wrote only, "Some questions are better left unanswered, but some answers must be found, no matter how deeply they've been buried." Crime 5, the sedan had been abandoned at the edge of the woods for months. When the tow crew opened the trunk, they expected garbage. Instead, they found velvet lining and a thick layer of animal fur nailed to the floor. Buried beneath it, a set of dentures wrapped in lace, still moist. The discovery in Millfield, Oregon wasn't the beginning of the story, but rather a midpoint in a narrative that had been unfolding silently for years in the small logging community. The 1994 Buick Century belonged to Alina Whitman, a 68-year-old retired dental hygienist who had lived alone in a small cottage on Cedar Hill Drive since her husband's passing in 2011. Alina was known in Millfield for her meticulous garden, her collection of porcelain cats, and her Wednesday volunteer shifts at the public library. Neighbors described her as pleasantly reserved, the type who would wave from her porch but rarely initiated conversation. What few knew was that Alina had been diagnosed with early-onset dementia 3 years prior, a condition she had carefully concealed from all but her physician and her only son, Marcus, who lived 4 hours away in Seattle. The last confirmed sighting of Alina was on October 17, 2022, when she purchased milk, bread, and yarn at Willard's General Store. The cashier, Donna Leeton, later recalled that Alina seemed distracted but not upset, and had mentioned something about preparing for visitors. This was notable because, as far as anyone knew, Alina rarely had guests. 3 days passed before Marcus Whitman called the Millfield Police Department to report that his mother wasn't answering her phone. Officer Paul Kenner drove to Alina's home for a welfare check, finding the cottage locked but undisturbed. Her bed was made. A half-finished cup of tea sat on the kitchen counter, cold but not moldy. The house had the feel of someone who had stepped out momentarily and intended to return. Alina's purse was missing, as were her house keys and the blue cardigan she was known to wear even in warm weather. Her prescription medication remained in the bathroom cabinet. The television was turned off. The thermostat was set to 72 degrees. The initial investigation treated Alina's disappearance as concerning, but not necessarily criminal. Millfield Police Chief Warren Brock later admitted to the press that they had initially considered whether Alina had simply wandered off a not uncommon occurrence with dementia patients. Search parties combed the wooded areas surrounding Cedar Hill. Missing person flyers appeared on telephone poles and in store windows throughout the county. But Alina Whitman had not simply wandered away. 42 days after her disappearance, Alina's Buick was discovered by a hunter in a clearing approximately 7 miles from her home, partially obscured by overgrown blackberry bushes. The vehicle was unlocked. The key was still in the ignition. The gas tank was empty. Inside the car, forensic technicians found Alina's purse in the back seat, containing her wallet with $43 in cash, her driver's license, 3 grocery store coupons, and a small notebook filled with what appeared to be shopping lists and reminders. In the passenger seat was a paper bag from Willard's General Store containing an unopened package of knitting needles. And then there was the trunk. In 26 years of law enforcement, I've never seen anything like it, Detective Sarah Holden would later testify. The trunk's standard carpet lining had been meticulously removed. In its place was a dark burgundy velvet material, carefully glued to every surface. On the floor of the trunk, a layer of what was later identified as rabbit fur had been attached with small upholstery nails. The fur was clean and appeared to have been professionally prepared. Nestled in a depression in the center of the fur was a set of dentures wrapped in what the forensic report described as handmade lace of uncertain age. The dentures were later confirmed to belong to Alina Whitman. Most disturbing was the forensic analysis indicating that the dentures had been removed no more than 48 hours before their discovery weeks after Alina had vanished. The trunk modification required tools, materials, and time. It suggested planning, purpose, intent. What had been a missing persons case evolved overnight into something far more sinister. As investigators deepened their inquiry, the community of Millfield began to fracture along invisible fault lines of suspicion. Marcus Whitman, initially cooperative, became the subject of whispered speculation when it was revealed that he was the sole beneficiary of his mother's modest estate, which included a $175,000 life insurance policy. Phone records showed that mother and son had spoken 3 times in the week before her disappearance, with a final call lasting nearly an hour unusual for their typically brief check-ins. But Marcus had an alibi. Security footage from his Seattle apartment building showed him entering on October 16 and not leaving until October 19, when news of his mother's disappearance reached him. Cellular data placed his phone consistently in Seattle during the critical period. Attention shifted to Alina's immediate neighbors. Directly across the street lived the Brenners Howard and Joyce, a retired couple who had moved to Millfield from Portland 5 years earlier. Joyce Brenner had occasionally brought Alina groceries during bad weather. Howard Brenner, a former upholsterer, maintained a workshop in their garage where he restored antique furniture, a workshop that would certainly contain the tools necessary for the trunk modification. The Brenners cooperated fully, allowing a thorough search of their property that yielded nothing suspicious. Howard volunteered samples of all adhesives and fabrics in his possession. None matched the materials in Alina's trunk. Then there was Peter Talbot, the 45-year-old owner of Talbot's Taxidermy on the outskirts of town. Talbot specialized in mounting hunting trophies for local sportsmen, but also worked with smaller pelts for decorative purposes. He had the knowledge to properly prepare rabbit fur. When questioned, Talbot admitted to knowing Alina casually. She had once brought him a deceased fox she'd found on her property, hoping he could preserve it, but denied any recent contact. A search of Talbot's workshop discovered burgundy velvet identical to the material in Aliner's trunk. Talbot explained that it was common upholstery material he used for display backgrounds. He could not, however, account for his whereabouts on the evening of October 17. He claimed to have been working alone in his shop until late, then driving home a route that would have taken him near Cedar Hill Drive. As the investigation continued, another disturbing element emerged. Dr. Rebecca Chen, Aliner's physician, revealed that Aliner had been experiencing increasingly vivid hallucinations in the months before her disappearance, a symptom of her progressing dementia. According to Dr. Chen's notes, Aliner had described seeing people watching from the woods and believed someone had been entering her home while she slept to measure things. Most significantly, Aliner had reported to Dr. Chen that she sometimes woke to find her dentures had been removed from their bedside container and placed elsewhere in the house on a bookshelf, in the refrigerator, once inside a potted plant. Dr. Chen had attributed these incidents to Aliner's own confused nocturnal wanderings, a common occurrence with dementia patients. Now, in light of the trunk's discovery, these reports took on a more ominous dimension. 6 months after Aliner's disappearance, with no body recovered and conflicting forensic evidence, the case remained officially open but effectively stalled. Peter Talbot remained the primary person of interest, but insufficient evidence existed for an arrest. Howard Brenner had suffered a stroke, leaving him unable to communicate clearly with investigators. Marcus Whitman had returned to Seattle, appearing monthly in Millfield to check on his mother's property and press the police for updates. Then came the anonymous letter. Postmarked from Eugene, Oregon, the handwritten note arrived at the Millfield Police Department, addressed simply to detective in charge of Aliner. Inside was a single sheet of unlined paper containing the message. She asked me to make her comfortable for the journey. I used the softest things I could find. She said the teeth hurt her. I kept them safe. She is resting now. Forensic analysis of the letter revealed no usable fingerprints. The handwriting did not match samples from any suspects. The paper and envelope were common brands available at any office supply store. The postmark indicated only that it had been mailed from Eugene, approximately 70 miles from Millfield. To this day, the whereabouts of Aliner Whitman remain unknown. Her cottage on Cedar Hill Drive stands empty, the garden now overgrown, the porcelain cats gathering dust on windowsills. The modified trunk from her Buick resides in an evidence locker at the Millfield Police Department. The dentures, still wrapped in lace, are sealed in a separate container marked Whitman E. Personal Effects. Sometimes on quiet nights, residents of Millfield claim to see headlights moving slowly along the road that leads into the woods where Aliner's car was found. Officers dispatched to investigate report finding nothing but deer and the occasional coyote crossing the moonlit pavement. The road continues beyond the clearing, becoming little more than a trail before disappearing entirely among the ancient trees. Where it lies, no one has determined. What waits at its end, no one can say. Crime 6, it happened only once. She leaned in, wiping off a smudge, and the face staring back wasn't hers. Same hair, same earrings, but a stranger's eyes. When she stepped away, the face lingered for a second too long. And that night she found muddy footprints leading away from the mirror, toward her bed. Serena Holloway had always been considered the reliable one in her family. the steady daughter who called her parents every Sunday evening, the conscientious employee who arrived 15 minutes early to open the small flower shop where she'd worked for 6 years. At 32, Serena lived alone in a modest craftsman-style home in the quiet suburb of Oak Ridge, Minnesota, a place where neighbors still brought casseroles when someone fell ill, and the local diner knew most customers by name. Friends described her as meticulous, perhaps overly cautious, the type who checked her doors 3 times before bed and kept her phone charged at all times. Some called it anxiety. Serena called it being prepared. Her sister Diane often teased her about the security cameras she'd installed the previous summer, but Serena found comfort in routine and certainty. On October 3rd, 2019, Serena closed the flower shop at exactly 6:15 p.m., just as she did every Thursday. The evening fog had already begun to settle over the streets as she drove the familiar route home, stopping briefly at Crawford's Market for fresh vegetables and a bottle of Pinot Noir. The cashier, Martin, remembered her purchase and recalled that Serena seemed distracted, checking her phone repeatedly while waiting in line. By 7:30 p.m., Serena had prepared a simple dinner and poured herself a glass of wine. She texted her sister a photo of her meal with the caption, "Treating myself tonight." It would be the last message anyone received from her phone. According to the security footage recovered later, Serena spent the evening alone in her living room, occasionally glancing toward the windows as though expecting someone. At 9:12 p.m., she visibly startled at something off camera, then approached the hallway mirror to adjust her appearance, a typical gesture for Serena, who friends said was always conscious of how she presented herself. The security camera in the hallway captured the moment perfectly. Serena leaning toward the mirror, reaching up to wipe away what appeared to be a smudge, and then freezing. For 12 seconds she remained completely still, her hands suspended in midair. When she finally stepped back, her expression had changed entirely. That night Serena called no one. She sent no texts. But at 11:47 p.m., she opened her notes app and typed a single sentence. "Someone is watching from inside the glass." When Serena failed to arrive at work the following morning, her colleague Melissa waited 30 minutes before calling her cell phone. When that went unanswered, she contacted Diane, who drove immediately to her sister's house. The front door was locked. Diane used her spare key to enter, calling Serena's name as she walked through the eerily quiet home. Nothing seemed disturbed in the living room or kitchen. Serena's wine glass sat half empty on the coffee table. Her phone was plugged into its charger beside her bed, which appeared untouched, the covers still perfectly arranged. In the bathroom, the shower curtain was drawn, water droplets still visible on the tile floor. It was only when Diane returned to the hallway that she noticed something odd, a trail of muddy footprints leading from the large antique mirror toward Serena's bedroom. But the footprints stopped abruptly halfway there, as though whoever had made them had simply vanished. When Detective Marcus Reed arrived 40 minutes later, he immediately noted 2 concerning details. Serena's car keys were still hanging by the door, and her shoes were neatly arranged on the rack below them. If she had left voluntarily, she had done so without her car and apparently barefoot. The initial search revealed no signs of forced entry. All windows were locked from the inside. The security footage showed no one entering or leaving after Serena had arrived home, yet she was undeniably gone. As the investigation proceeded, Detective Reed interviewed Serena's friends, colleagues, and the few men she had dated over the past year. All expressed genuine shock and concern. No one reported any enemies, stalkers, or recent conflicts. Serena, by all accounts, was well liked but kept to herself. 3 days into the investigation, forensic technician Alicia Kim made a peculiar discovery while reviewing the security footage. In the moments after Serena had stepped away from the mirror, there appeared to be a brief shadow or movement reflected in a glass that didn't correspond to anything visible in the hallway itself. When enhanced, the footage revealed what seemed to be a figure standing where no one should have been. "It's probably just a digital artifact or camera glitch," Detective Reed told Diane when she demanded answers. But privately, he requested additional analysis from the forensic lab. The muddy footprints yielded another puzzle. The soil didn't match any samples from Serena's yard or the surrounding area. Soil expert Dr. Thomas Reeves identified mineral components typical of riverbank clay found nearly 20 miles away, near the abandoned Westlake Psychiatric Hospital, closed since 1998 after patient abuse scandals. 1 week after Serena's disappearance, officers searching the area around the old hospital discovered her scarf snagged on a fence near the property's edge. Inside the decaying building, they found a room in the east wing that contained dozens of mirrors of various sizes arranged in a circle. In the center lay a single earring that Diane identified as belonging to her sister. Yet no further trace of Serena was found. As Detective Reed dug deeper into the building's history, he uncovered records of a former patient named Edward Mercer who had been institutionalized in 1972 after claiming that he could travel through mirrors to an in-between place where he could watch people undetected. Mercer had escaped in 1977 and was never recaptured. His case notes repeatedly mentioned his obsession with collecting reflective surfaces and his particular interest in women who looked into mirrors too often. The investigation took another disturbing turn when Detective Reed received an anonymous email containing a video file. The footage showed what appeared to be Serena, or someone resembling her closely, walking through an unfamiliar hallway lined with mirrors. The figure moved with an unnatural gait, never looking directly at the camera. The timestamp indicated it had been recorded 3 days after her disappearance. Digital forensics traced the email to a public library computer, but security cameras had malfunctioned during the time it was sent. When police arrived to investigate, they found only a handwritten note on the keyboard. "She sees herself differently now." 6 months after Serena vanished, Diane entered her sister's house to collect some personal items. As she passed the hallway mirror, which police had thoroughly examined and found unremarkable, she noticed something that sent a chill through her body. A small handprint was visible on the glass, as though someone had pressed their palm against it from the other side. When she looked closer, Diane noticed something even more disturbing. The whorls and lines of the print didn't match a normal human hand. The pattern seemed to flow in reverse, as though it were a perfect mirror image of a handprint. Diane called Detective Reed immediately, but by the time he arrived, the print had vanished. The mirror reflected only the empty hallway behind them, perfectly normal once again. To this day, the disappearance of Serena Holloway remains classified as an open investigation. Her home stands empty, the mirror still hanging in the hallway where she was last seen. Occasionally, neighbors report seeing lights moving inside the house at night, though the electricity has long been disconnected. Detective Reed, now retired, still drives past the house once a week. Sometimes he thinks he catches a glimpse of someone watching from the windows, someone with Serena's silhouette, but somehow different in ways he cannot articulate. And in the abandoned hallways of Westlake Psychiatric Hospital, where urban explorers occasionally venture despite police warnings, visitors sometimes report encountering a woman who asks them for help cleaning a smudge from her mirror. Those who have seen her say she looks almost normal, except for her eyes, which seem to belong to someone else entirely. The investigation into Serena Holloway's disappearance yielded no conventional answers. Some believe she staged her own disappearance, though this theory fails to explain the security footage or the muddy footprints. Others suggest a more elaborate crime, perhaps involving someone with insider knowledge of the security system. But in the quiet moments before sleep, those familiar with the case sometimes find themselves avoiding mirrors, uncertain of what or who might be looking back. Crime 7, tucked behind expired food and old condiments, sat a small black box, iced over and chained shut. There was no keyhole, just a single phrase etched across the top, "Do not thaw." When it was removed from the cold, it began to rattle, slightly, like something shifting inside. Detective Elaine Mercer had been with the Lakewood Police Department for 17 years when she received the call about Alina Voss. Alina was 53, a former high school English teacher who had retired early due to what neighbors described as health concerns. She lived alone in a modest ranch-style home on Cedar Street, in a neighborhood where mailboxes stood at identical heights and lawn maintenance was an unspoken competition. Alina hadn't been seen in 14 days. Her newspaper had accumulated on the driveway. Her mailbox had filled to capacity. And most telling of all, her cat, a Maine Coon named Fitzgerald that Alina doted on, had been meowing loudly from inside the house for days, according to the neighbor who finally called it in. "I thought maybe she was visiting her sister in Michigan," explained Martha Holden, the 70-year-old widow who lived next door. "But Alina always asked me to feed Fitzgerald when she traveled. Always." The police performed a wellness check on a Tuesday afternoon in late October. The autumn air carried a chill that hinted at the coming winter. Detective Mercer noted that Alina's blue Toyota Camry was parked in the driveway. The front door was locked. The curtains were drawn. Everything appeared normal from the outside. When they entered through the back door, using the spare key that Martha knew was hidden under a planter, they found nothing immediately concerning. The house was clean. There were no signs of struggle. Fitzgerald, hungry but otherwise healthy, wound himself around the officer's ankles as they moved from room to room. "Check the kitchen," Detective Mercer instructed her partner, Officer Lewis. "I'll take the bedroom." Alina's bedroom revealed nothing unusual. The bed was made with hospital corners. Clothes hung in color-coordinated sections in the closet. Prescription bottles for anxiety medication and sleep aids sat on the nightstand, all properly labeled, none empty. It was Officer Lewis who called from the kitchen, his voice oddly strained. Detective, you need to see this. The kitchen was as meticulously organized as the rest of the house. White cabinets, granite countertops, a small table by the window with a single chair, and a refrigerator ordinary in every way except for what they found inside. Tucked behind expired food and old condiments sat a small black box, iced over and chained shut. There was no keyhole, just a single phrase etched across the top, "Do not thaw." When it was removed from the cold, it began to rattle, slightly, like something shifting inside. "Call forensics," Detective Mercer said quietly, "and find me everything you can about Alina Voss." The investigation revealed that Alina had no criminal record. She had taught at Lakewood High for 27 years before retiring abruptly 3 years ago. She was divorced. Her ex-husband, Thomas Voss, lived in Arizona with a new wife. She had no children. Her only living relative was indeed a sister in Michigan named Caroline, who reported having spoken to Alina exactly 2 weeks prior. She seemed fine, Caroline insisted over the phone. Maybe a little distracted, but fine. What's happened to my sister? That was the question everyone was asking, especially after the black box was carefully transported to the forensics lab. Even there, they kept it refrigerated, respecting the warning etched on its surface while they debated how to proceed. "Whatever's inside has been deliberately preserved," explained Dr. Harmon, the forensic pathologist. "The chain suggests someone, presumably Alina, wanted to make absolutely certain it remained closed and cold. The decision was made to X-ray the box before opening it. The images revealed something small, dense, and unmistakably organic. It's tissue," Dr. Harmon confirmed. "Preserved tissue, human, I believe." Detective Mercer felt a chill that had nothing to do with the laboratory's air conditioning. "We need to find Alina," she said, "now." The search intensified. Officers combed through Alina's bank statements, phone records, and internet history. They interviewed colleagues from the high school who described Alina as intensely private but dedicated to her students. They spoke with her doctor, who confirmed that Alina had indeed retired due to health concerns, specifically early onset Parkinson's disease. She was having trouble hiding the tremors, her doctor explained. She didn't want her students to see her deteriorating. It was Martha Holden who provided the first real clue, almost as an afterthought during her second interview. "Alina did mention something strange last time we spoke," she said, furrowing her brow. "Something about finally confronting what happened. I assumed she meant her diagnosis, coming to terms with it, but now I wonder." 3 days into the investigation, with Alina still missing, forensics finally opened the box. Inside, preserved in a solution and wrapped in plastic, was a human finger, adult, female, with a distinctive ring still attached, a silver band with a small moonstone. DNA testing confirmed what they had begun to suspect. The finger belonged to Alina Voss. But the preservation method suggested it had been removed years ago, possibly as many as 20 years, according to Dr. Harmon. "This wasn't recent trauma," he explained. "This was deliberately preserved, and based on the cut, this wasn't medical amputation. This was something else." The investigation took an unexpected turn when Detective Mercer discovered that Alina's sister Caroline had briefly been married to a man named James Whitlock before she met her current husband. James Whitlock had been a surgeon at Lakewood Memorial Hospital until his license was revoked following allegations of unnecessary procedures and medical negligence. He was brilliant but troubled, explained a former colleague. There were rumors, strange rumors about his interest in experimental procedures. Nothing was ever proven. Records showed that James Whitlock had left Lakewood 20 years ago, shortly after his divorce from Caroline. His current whereabouts were unknown. Detective Mercer theorized that Alina might have gone looking for her former brother-in-law. But why now, after all these years? And what connection did he have to her preserved finger? On day 6 of Alina's disappearance, officers discovered her Toyota Camry abandoned at a bus station 50 miles outside Lakewood. Security footage showed Alina boarding a bus to Chicago 3 days before she was reported missing. She carried only a small suitcase and appeared to be moving with purpose, showing no signs of distress. Further investigation revealed that James Whitlock had died 3 years prior in Chicago, precisely when Alina had decided to retire from teaching. She must have found out he died, Detective Mercer reasoned. That's what changed. That's why she finally felt safe to do whatever she's doing now. The final piece of the puzzle came from Alina's laptop, which forensic technicians had finally managed to access. Her search history revealed multiple queries about Huntington Surgical Research Center in Chicago, a private facility that had been shut down 15 years ago amid accusations of unethical experimentation. And there were emails, dozens of them, exchanged between Alina and someone using the name Patient Zero. The correspondence stretched back years, filled with cryptic references to the procedure, the agreement, and the evidence. The most recent email, sent the day before Alina disappeared, contained just 4 words. It's time, bring everything. 7 days after Alina was reported missing, Chicago police found her body in a hotel room. She had died peacefully, apparently from an intentional overdose of her own medication. Beside her was a journal detailing decades of silence and fear. According to her writings 22 years ago, Alina had participated in what she believed was a legitimate clinical trial at Huntington Surgical Research Center. The trial was led by Dr. James Whitlock, who was researching regenerative therapies. Alina, newly divorced and struggling financially, had been attracted by the substantial compensation offered. What began as routine quickly became horrifying. Alina wrote that she had been sedated and awoke to find her left ring finger surgically removed. Dr. Whitlock informed her it was part of the procedure, that the finger would be used to grow new tissue, which would then be reimplanted. But that never happened. Instead, Whitlock kept her finger as a specimen and threatened to destroy her reputation and career if she reported him. As proof of his power, he revealed that her own brother-in-law had recruited her for the trial, knowing exactly what would happen. Alina had lived with this trauma for decades, teaching teenagers while hiding her left hand with long sleeves and clever positioning. She preserved the finger, returned to her by Whitlock as a twisted courtesy, keeping it frozen as evidence she was too afraid to use. When she learned of Whitlock's death, something changed in Alina. She began corresponding with other victims, collecting their stories. Her final journal entry revealed that she had taken her own life because her Parkinson's had advanced to a point where she could no longer trust herself to complete what she saw as her final mission, delivering evidence against the remaining conspirators to a journalist in Chicago. The case of Alina Voss officially closed as a suicide, but it opened 5 new investigations into surviving medical professionals associated with Huntington Surgical Research Center. Detective Mercer personally delivered Alina's journal and the preserved evidence to the FBI. Martha Holden planted a rose bush beside her fence where it would be visible from Alina's kitchen window. When asked why, she simply said, because Alina loved roses, but she could never grow them herself. She said her fingers weren't right for gardening. The small black box remains in evidence storage, still refrigerated, still bearing its warning, "Do not thaw." A reminder that some wounds never heal, even when carefully preserved and hidden from sight. Crime 8 in Oakwood Elementary School, nestled in the quiet suburban town of Pine Haven, Connecticut, something was beginning to unsettle the teachers. It was May of 2018, and spring had finally arrived after a particularly harsh winter. The hallways were adorned with artwork from the 3rd grade classes, bright, colorful drawings pinned to cork boards that stretched along the cream-colored walls. Mrs. Alina Patterson, who had been teaching at Oakwood for nearly 23 years, was the first to notice. She was walking down the main corridor during her lunch break, admiring the artwork her students had created for the annual spring showcase when her steps slowed, then stopped completely in front of a drawing by 8-year-old Emma Carlisle. The assignment had been simple: draw your favorite place at school. Emma had chosen the playground, rendering the red slide and monkey bars in cheerful crayon strokes. But standing in the background, partially obscured by a tree, was a tall figure, a man with an unusually wide smile that seemed to stretch across his face. Alina might not have thought twice about it, except that she recognized the figure from another drawing, this one by Tyler Washington, who had depicted the school library. And there, behind the bookshelves, was that same tall man with the unsettling smile. Children have active imaginations, Alina told herself as she continued down the hallway, stopping occasionally to examine the other artwork. By the time she'd reached the end of the display, her skin had prickled with goosebumps. 7 different children had drawn the same figure, tall, thin, with that distinctive wide smile, always lurking in the background of their pictures. During the staff meeting that afternoon, Alina mentioned her observation to the other 3rd grade teachers. "I noticed that too," said Rebecca Winters, who taught in the classroom next to Alina's. "I thought maybe they were copying each other, you know how they do. But when I asked my students who the man was, they all gave different answers. Some said he was a janitor, others said he was a visitor. Lily Thompson said he was the man who watches." Principal Douglas Mayer suggested they not make too much of it. Kids influence each other all the time. One of them probably saw a character in a show or a video game and it caught on. But Alina couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. That night she found herself flipping through the school's staff directory, examining the photos of every maintenance worker and administrator. None matched the figure in the drawings. The following week, during parent-teacher conferences, Alina decided to discreetly ask a few parents if their children had mentioned any new adults at school. The responses were uniformly negative. Has Emma mentioned meeting anyone new at school recently? Perhaps someone visiting the classrooms or working around the building? She asked Catherine Carlyle, Emma's mother. No, nothing like that, Catherine replied, looking puzzled. Is there something I should know about? Alina brushed it off as routine inquiry, not wanting to alarm anyone unnecessarily. But after the conferences were over, she stayed late, walking through the empty hallways of Oakwood Elementary. The silence felt different somehow, heavier, as if the building itself was holding its breath. She stopped in front of the art display again, studying the drawings in the dim evening light. Something caught her eye that she hadn't noticed before. In each drawing where the tall man appeared, he was positioned near a vent or an air duct. The next day, Alina asked her students to draw their homes. As she walked around the classroom, observing their work, she felt her heart quicken when she saw Mia Chen's drawing. There was her house, her family, and in the corner of the living room, partially hidden behind the sofa, was the familiar tall figure. Mia, Alina said gently, kneeling beside the girl's desk. Who is this person in your drawing? Mia looked up, her dark eyes serious. That's the Whisper Man, she said simply. The Whisper Man. He talks to me through the vents sometimes, at home and at school. Alina felt a chill run through her. What does he say to you, Mia? He asks questions about my family, about my friends. He wants to know when I'm alone. Alina immediately reported the conversation to Principal Mayer, who called in the school counselor, Dr. Amara Reed. Dr. Reed spent time speaking with Mia and several other students who had drawn the figure. After 3 days of interviews, she delivered her assessment. It appears to be a case of collective imagination, she explained to the concerned staff. One child likely created this character, and through playground conversations, it spread to the others. The Whisper Man has become their shared myth, similar to stories like Bloody Mary or the Boogeyman. But Alina wasn't convinced. She requested access to the school's security footage from the past month, which Principal Mayer reluctantly granted. For hours, she sat in the small security office, eyes fixed on the screens as she reviewed footage from cameras positioned throughout the school. Nothing unusual appeared until she noticed something in the recording from 2 weeks earlier. At 3:47 a.m., when the building should have been empty, a shadow moved across the third-grade hallway. It was just at the edge of the camera's range, too dark and brief to make out clearly, but something or someone had been there. The school district brought in a security consultant who inspected the entire building. They found evidence that someone had been accessing the school through a rarely used maintenance entrance. The lock had been tampered with, and inside the ventilation system, they discovered small personal items that appeared to have been collected from various classrooms: a child's hair ribbon, a name tag, a small toy dinosaur. The police were called in, and parents were notified of a possible security breach. Officers were stationed at the school during the day, and the security system was upgraded. For 3 weeks, nothing happened. Then came the morning when Mrs. Patterson arrived at her classroom to find all the student artwork had been removed from the walls. In their place was a single large drawing, crude but unmistakable. It showed the school building with dozens of tiny figures inside, presumably the children, and watching over them all was the tall figure with the wide smile. Written across the bottom in childlike handwriting were the words, "I hear them all." The school was immediately evacuated. Police searched every room, every closet, every crawl space. They found nothing, no intruder, no evidence of how the drawing had appeared overnight. The security footage showed no one entering Mrs. Patterson's classroom after the janitor had locked up the previous evening at 7:15 p.m. 3 days later, 8-year-old Mia Chen didn't show up for school. Her parents had put her to bed as usual the night before, but in the morning her room was empty. The window was still locked from the inside. The only sign of disturbance was the vent cover near her bed, which had been removed and placed carefully on her nightstand. A massive search effort was launched. Police combed through the neighborhoods, volunteers distributed flyers, and Mia's face appeared on every local news outlet. The investigation quickly focused on school staff and anyone with access to the building, but every light turned cold. 2 weeks into the search, a school custodian at Oakwood Elementary reported hearing noises coming from inside the walls. Maintenance workers opened sections of the ventilation system and discovered an elaborate network of modifications that shouldn't have existed, narrow passageways that connected to the school's original ventilation system but had been carefully hidden from view during previous inspections. And there, scratched into the metal surface of one duct, was a small drawing, a stick figure with a wide smile. The investigation expanded to include the original construction crews who had worked on the school's renovation 5 years earlier. Records showed that one worker, Daniel Mercer, had been dismissed midway through the project for erratic behavior. Attempts to locate Mercer revealed that he had no fixed address and had not filed taxes or used his social security number in the past 3 years. A former colleague described Mercer as intensely private but skilled at his job. He knew every building inside and out, could tell you how they breathed. That's how he put it. Said buildings were living things with their own circulatory systems. 4 months after Mia's disappearance, a family moving into a home 3 blocks from the school made a disturbing discovery in their attic. Hidden behind a false wall, they found a small living space containing a sleeping bag, food wrappers, and dozens of drawings, all depicting children from Oakwood Elementary, and among the drawings was Mia Chen's school ID card. The house had been vacant for nearly a year before the new family moved in. Neighbors reported occasionally hearing sounds from inside, but assumed it was just the building settling or local teenagers using the empty property. To this day, despite extensive searches and a nationwide manhunt, Daniel Mercer has never been found, and neither has Mia Chen. The ventilation systems at Oakwood Elementary were completely replaced, walls were inspected for hidden passages, and security measures were enhanced at schools throughout the district. Children were instructed never to speak to strangers, especially anyone asking questions through vents or from shadowy corners. But even now, years later, new students at Oakwood sometimes draw pictures featuring a tall, thin figure with an unnaturally wide smile, standing in the background, watching. When asked who it is, they shrug and say they don't know. They just felt like someone was there, listening. In the quiet hallways of Oakwood Elementary, teachers still sometimes pause when passing air vents, listening for whispers that might be nothing more than the building breathing or something else entirely, moving through the spaces between walls where children once believed a stranger lived, collecting their secrets, waiting for his chance to take one of them away. The case remains officially open, but leads have grown cold. The children of Pinehaven no longer draw the smiling stranger, at least not where adults can see. Crime 9, it looked like a burial plot, flowers, tombstone, the works, but the coffin retrieved from beneath was half the standard size. Inside, dozens of paper dolls, each with a name written in marker. One of them was wearing a real wedding ring. Another had a human fingernail glued to its hand. Officer Derek Coleman had been with the Oak Ridge Police Department for 15 years, but nothing in his career had prepared him for this discovery in the quiet cemetery of their small Massachusetts town. The call had come in on a Tuesday morning in April 2018 from a groundskeeper who noticed disturbed earth near the eastern edge of Pine Grove Cemetery. What appeared to be a fresh grave had materialized overnight, complete with a proper headstone that read simply, "They sleep together now." Coleman remembered how the morning mist had clung to the gravestones as he and his partner approached the site. The flowers, lilies, and carnations were still fresh, their scent mingling with the damp earth. The coffin they unearthed was crafted from polished oak, professionally made but scaled down to about 3 feet in length. No child had been reported missing in Oak Ridge or surrounding counties. When they opened it and found the paper dolls, Coleman's first thought was that it was some kind of prank, perhaps a fraternity stunt from nearby Elmwood College, but the meticulous attention to details suggested otherwise. Each doll had been carefully created with unique facial features drawn in fine-tipped pen. The names were written in elegant cursive: Elizabeth, Sarah, Catherine, Jennifer, Madison, and 14 others. The wedding ring was a genuine gold band with an inscription inside, "Forever yours, M." Back at the station, Detective Amelia Parker took charge of the case. At 39, Parker had spent the last decade investigating homicides and disappearances across the state. She had short auburn hair, tired eyes, and a reputation for seeing patterns others missed. As she spread the paper dolls across her desk, she noticed something that had escaped initial observation: tiny red dots on the backs of 3 dolls. "Run the names," she instructed her assistant. "Check if any match missing persons in the database." While waiting for results, Parker examined the wedding ring. The inscription was common enough, but the band itself was distinctive, an antique filigree design popular in the 1940s. The human fingernail attached to one of the dolls was expertly preserved, almost as if it had been professionally treated. By evening, the database search returned 4 matches. Elizabeth Garner, reported missing from Springfield in 2014. Sarah Winters, who disappeared while hiking in the Berkshires 3 years ago. Catherine Bell, last seen leaving her night shift at Mercy Hospital in 2016. And Madison Fletcher, a college student who vanished 7 months earlier. All women between the ages of 22 and 38, all from Massachusetts or neighboring states. The fingernail was sent to the lab for DNA testing against samples from the families of the missing women. The ring's unique design was photographed and circulated to jewelers and antique dealers throughout the region. Parker went home that night but couldn't sleep. The image of those paper dolls arranged so carefully in their miniature coffin haunted her. There was something deeply personal about the display, intimate even. This wasn't random. This was a message. The following morning brought news that the fingernail matched Catherine Bell's DNA. Parker drove to meet Catherine's mother, Eleanor, who lived in a small apartment in Worcester. Eleanor was a retired librarian who had been searching for her daughter since the day she disappeared, maintaining a website and organizing volunteer search parties long after the police investigation had gone cold. She always called after her shift, Eleanor told Parker, her hands trembling around a cup of tea. Every night at 11:15, right after she clocked out. When she didn't call that Tuesday, I knew something was wrong. Eleanor's living room walls were covered with photos of Catherine graduating nursing school, hiking in the mountains, smiling with friends at a birthday party. The police said she might have left voluntarily, but I know my daughter. She wouldn't just leave. Parker showed Eleanor a photo of the paper doll with Catherine's name, careful to omit the detail about the fingernail. Eleanor stared at it for a long time. "That handwriting," she whispered, "it's familiar." "In what way?" Parker asked, suddenly alert. Catherine had a patient at the hospital, an older man. He used to write her little notes, thanking her for her care, commenting on her kindness. She showed me one once, the cursive. It looked like this. Parker left with a new light, a patient from Mercy Hospital with elegant handwriting and a possible obsession with Catherine Bell. Hospital records showed that Catherine had worked primarily in the long-term care ward during her last year of employment. At least 17 male patients had been under her care for extended periods. Meanwhile, the jeweler who recognized the ring called in. The piece had been sold at an estate sale in Pittsfield 4 years ago. The buyer paid cash and left no name, but the seller remembered him as a well-dressed man in his 60s who walked with a slight limp. 3 days into the investigation, another miniature coffin appeared, this time at the edge of a playground in neighboring Westfield. Inside were 7 new paper dolls, each with a name, and a small envelope containing a lock of brown hair. The DNA from the hair matched Elizabeth Garner. The police set up surveillance at cemeteries and public spaces across the county. News of the disturbing discoveries had leaked to local media, triggering panic among residents. Parents kept children indoors. Women reported walking in groups or carrying pepper spray. Detective Parker received a call from a former nurse at Mercy Hospital who had worked with Catherine. She mentioned a patient named Martin Whitaker who had been admitted for complications related to diabetes in 2015. Whitaker, now 67, had been particularly fond of Catherine. After his discharge, he sent flowers to the hospital several times, always with handwritten notes requesting that Catherine be the one to deliver them to other patients. The behavior eventually prompted a warning from hospital administration. Whitaker lived alone in a Victorian house on 3 acres of land outside of Northampton. Property records showed he had inherited the house from his mother, who died in 2013. He had no criminal record and worked as a conservator at a small museum until his retirement in 2016. Parker and Coleman drove to Whitaker's residence on a Friday afternoon. The house was well maintained, with a meticulous garden and freshly painted shutters. As they approached the front door, Parker noticed a greenhouse in the backyard. Something about its placement, isolated, partially obscured by tall hedges, triggered her instincts. Whitaker answered their knock. He was tall and slender, with silver hair and wire-rimmed glasses. He invited them in with perfect politeness and offered tea. He seemed neither surprised nor concerned by their presence. The interior of the house was immaculate, filled with antique furniture, leather-bound books, and museum-quality art pieces. The walls of his study were lined with display cases containing what appeared to be historical artifacts, Victorian hair jewelry, antique medical instruments, and preserved botanical specimens. Whitaker answered their questions with calm precision. Yes, he remembered Catherine Bell. She had been an exceptionally compassionate nurse during his hospital stay. No, he had not been in contact with her since his discharge. Yes, he knew about the coffins discovered recently. He had read about them in the newspaper. He seemed genuinely intrigued by the case, asking thoughtful questions about the investigation. Nothing in his manner suggested guilt or anxiety. Parker found herself almost convinced of his innocence until she noticed a small ceramic jar on his desk. It contained several pens with unusually fine tips, the kind that could draw detailed facial features on paper dolls. As they were leaving, Parker requested to see the greenhouse. Whitaker hesitated for the first time, explaining that it was his private workspace for botanical preservation. After a brief moment of apparent internal debate, he led them across the lawn. The greenhouse was warm and humid, filled with exotic plants and preservation equipment. Along one wall stood a workbench covered with papers, scissors, and several bottles of clear liquid. In a corner sat a small kiln, the type used for firing ceramics. Everything seemed to support Whitaker's claim about his botanical hobby, until Coleman noticed a drawer slightly ajar beneath the workbench. Inside were dozens of newspaper clippings about missing women, not just the 4 they had identified, but others as well. Some dated back to the early 2000s. Beneath these were photographs of women taken from a distance, shopping, walking dogs, entering buildings. And at the bottom, a half-finished paper doll with no name yet written on it. Whitaker stood in the doorway, watching their discovery with an expression of profound sadness rather than fear or anger. "They're not dead, you know," he said softly. "I've preserved them. They'll never age, never suffer, never be forgotten." In the days that followed, forensic teams scoured Whitaker's property. They found no bodies, no physical evidence of harm to any of the missing women. But in a hidden room beneath the greenhouse, they discovered hundreds of paper dolls arranged in diorama-like scenes, some in miniature houses, others in garden settings, still others posed as if at work or engaged in various activities. Each doll bore the name of a woman who had disappeared over the past 20 years. Accompanying each were small relics, a fingernail, a strand of hair, occasionally a tooth. Journals detailed Whitaker's preservation process, how he would follow women for weeks, learning their routines, their personalities, their histories, how he would capture their essence in his dolls before they could be corrupted by time. The absence of bodies complicated the case. Whitaker claimed he had never physically harmed any of the women, insisting instead that his paper representations had absorbed their spirits. Psychiatric evaluation revealed a complex delusional system involving the transfer of life essence from people to objects, a belief possibly triggered by his mother's death and his work as a conservator. For the families of the missing women, Whitaker's arrest brought mixed emotions. There was relief that someone had been identified, yet profound anguish at the lack of closure. The women's ultimate fate remained unknown. Had Whitaker disposed of their bodies in some untraceable manner? Had he genuinely convinced himself that his paper dolls were the women themselves? Without bodies, prosecutors built their case on circumstantial evidence: the DNA samples, Whitaker's journals, his surveillance photographs. The trial lasted 7 weeks. Whitaker maintained his strange serenity throughout, often smiling at Catherine Bell's mother when she attended proceedings. In October 2019, Martin Whitaker was found guilty of 4 counts of kidnapping and murder. He was sentenced to life without possibility of parole. As he was led from the courtroom, he turned to Detective Parker and said, "They're still with me. Every night I can feel them breathing." 3 years later, construction workers excavating for a new housing development uncovered a network of small, coffin-like boxes buried 6 feet underground. Each contained only soil from different locations across the state. In one, investigators found a scrap of paper with words written in Whitaker's distinctive handwriting. "Their bodies return to the earth. Their spirits live in my creations. No grave can hold what I've preserved." To this day, the bodies of the 19 women have never been found. Detective Parker, now retired, still visits the Whitaker house once a month, walking the grounds, searching for clues. The paper dolls remain in evidence storage, their tiny faces drawn with unsettling precision, their names written in elegant cursive, silently keeping their secrets. Story 10. The parcel arrived unannounced, devoid of any clues to its origin, no return label, no tracking number. Just a plain cardboard box, its edges dampened by the morning dew. Sarah Miller, the unwitting recipient, knew it wasn't meant for her. The address was correct, but the name, Daniel Whitaker, was unfamiliar. She hesitated, debating whether to disregard the mysterious package and leave it untouched on her porch. But an insatiable curiosity overtook her, compelling her to unravel the mystery within. With cautious hands, she peeled back the tape sealing the box, half expecting to find mundane contents like books or clothing. However, what lay inside was far from ordinary: a solitary VHS tape accompanied by a single sticky note that bore a simple command: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, a weighty presence that seemed to carry a hidden significance. The tape felt wrong somehow, as if laden with the gravity of a forbidden secret. Her fingers traced the worn edges, sensing the whispered mysteries concealed within the plastic casing. The hastily written note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke of the pen etched with a sense of desperation. Surrounded by the familiar sounds of suburban life, a distant dog barking, children's laughter in the background, the rhythmic hum of a lawnmower, Sarah brought the enigmatic package indoors and placed it on her kitchen counter. Doubt gnawed at her thoughts as she scrutinized the unfamiliar name on the box. Daniel Whitaker held no place in her memories. The previous occupants of her home had been the Johnsons, a couple who had long since departed. Despite her misgivings, Sarah's gaze drifted to the dusty VCR nestled in a corner, a relic of bygone days kept for sentimental reasons. There was an inexplicable pull to the tape, a lure of unresolved secrets shrouded within its worn exterior. Against her better judgment, she slid the cassette into the VCR, and the screen flickered to life. At first, the screen was filled with static, a chaotic dance of white noise that gradually coalesced into a discernible image. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp casting long shadows. The camera angle was askew, lending a sense of urgency to the scene. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features obscured by the darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice rang out, quiet yet resolute. "If you're watching this, they found you, and that means they'll find me as well." As he leaned forward, his visage emerged from the shadows, a countenance etched with weariness, eyes haunted by sleepless nights and unrelenting vigilance. "I am innocent," Daniel's voice wavered slightly, a flicker of emotion betraying his stoic facade. "I need you to understand that. They framed me, planted false evidence to incriminate me in a crime I did not commit." The camera trembled as Daniel adjusted its angle, revealing the stark emptiness of his surroundings, a barren room devoid of comfort, a transient shelter for a man caught in the crosshairs of a sinister plot. "They will say I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard our disputes." Daniel's voice grew tense with suppressed anguish. "But it's all a fabrication. I never laid eyes on Catherine Walsh until her tragic demise made headlines. I am a pawn in their twisted game, a scapegoat for their malevolent machinations." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the VHS tape on her desk, a cryptic message from a man accused of a heinous crime. 5 tapes, 5 recipients, all connected by the enigmatic figure of Daniel Whitaker, a man implicated in the murder of Catherine Walsh, a man who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The case of Catherine Walsh, initially straightforward, took a sinister turn with the emergence of the mysterious tapes. DNA evidence pointed unequivocally to Whitaker as the perpetrator, a man with a dubious past and circumstantial ties to the victim. However, the tapes presented a different narrative, a tale of deception and betrayal woven into the fabric of a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. As Detective Ramirez delved deeper into the shadows cast by PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant embroiled in corruption and deceit, she unearthed a tangled web of lies and subterfuge. Catherine Walsh, a whistleblower poised to expose the company's malpractices, had become a target of insidious retribution. The pieces of the puzzle began to align as Ramirez uncovered the truth behind the fabricated evidence, the coerced testimonies, and the conveniently corrupted surveillance footage. The sinister hand of PharmaCorp loomed large, orchestrating a cover-up that extended far beyond a single murder. Sarah Miller's world was upended once more when a second package arrived at her doorstep, containing damning evidence of PharmaCorp's treachery. Clinical trial reports, internal memos, incriminating emails, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, painted a damning portrait of corporate malfeasance. Collaborating with the other recipients of the mysterious tapes, Sarah and Detective Ramirez traced Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs, leading them to a storage unit that housed the key to unraveling the conspiracy. Within its confines lay Whitaker's journal, Catherine's incriminating documents, and a chilling revelation of PharmaCorp's sinister machinations. Justice, elusive yet inexorable, was served not through a swift arrest, but through the meticulous compilation of irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced indictment, their crimes exposed by the relentless pursuit of truth. The head of security, the puppet master behind the framing of Daniel Whitaker, struck a deal to testify against his former employers, sealing their fates. As Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a specter of his former self, the weight of his ordeal etched into his weary frame, he sought closure. In a quiet exchange with Sarah on her porch, he revealed the rationale behind the cryptic deliveries. "The algorithm chose you," he murmured, his gaze haunted by the ghosts of injustice. "I needed individuals untainted by our connection, unsuspecting souls who could discern the truth amidst a sea of falsehoods. You were the unwitting key to unlocking the facade of deception." And so, amidst the silence of a suburban morning, Sarah and Daniel stood as witnesses to the fragile boundary between truth and fabrication. In a world where shadows danced with deceit, they found solace in the unearthing of hidden truths, in the unraveling of a mystery that defied conventional understanding. The VHS tapes, relics of a bygone era, stood as tangible reminders of a narrative that transcended the boundaries of time and space. They were emblems of a truth that arrived unbidden, cloaked in anonymity, waiting for the discerning eye to unveil their enigmatic secrets. Story 11. The motel stood as a relic of forgotten times, its walls steeped in faded memories and whispered secrets. Guests came and went, transient souls seeking respite in its worn embrace. On a quiet night, a lone traveler checked in, drawn by fate's unseen hand to a room in the heart of the motel's labyrinthine corridors. The weary clerk passed her the key with a cryptic warning, his eyes betraying a silent plea. "Avoid the last door on the left," he murmured, a tremor in his voice. Intrigue stirred within her, a spark of curiosity igniting a path of unknown possibilities. As darkness draped the hallway in shadows, she ventured forth, guided by a mysterious pull toward the forbidden threshold. The handle of the last door on the left chilled her fingertips, a sensation that whispered of unseen mysteries. Though the door bore no outward sign of its secrets, a subtle shift in the air hinted at a presence within. Against her better judgment, she leaned closer, pressing her ear to the wood. A soft breath, barely audible, brushed against her senses from the other side, a haunting melody of the unknown. Detective Morgan Reed, a seeker of truths veiled in shadows, found herself immersed in a scene of stark contrast as she crossed the threshold of the room marked by tragedy. The air hung heavy with the scent of iron and despair, a visceral reminder of lives shattered in the stillness of the night. Amidst the pristine facade of the room, a tableau of horror unfolded before her eyes. A young woman, her form splayed across the floor in silent repose, bore witness to a fate sealed in silence. Her vacant gaze mirrored the abyss of the unknown, frozen in a dance of eternity. Reed knelt beside the fallen figure, a silent guardian of the departed, mindful of the fragile threads that bound the past to the present. The forensic technician's somber voice cut through the silence, painting a portrait of grim familiarity with each measured word. Three souls, united in tragedy, whispered tales of a predator lurking in the shadows of forgotten motels. Reed traced the invisible threads that connected the victims, a web of deceit woven with meticulous care. The truth, elusive and veiled, danced just beyond reach, a shadowy figure taunting her from the depths of the unknown. As the investigation unfurled its tangled web, Each thread led her closer to the heart of darkness that pulsed at the core of the mystery. Whispers of a forbidden tryst echoed in the hallowed halls of memory, a clandestine affair that bore the mark of betrayal. Elaine Werner's secrets, buried beneath layers of deceit, beckoned Reed into a realm where truth wore a mask of lies. In the gaze of Werner's sister, Reed glimpsed a shard of truth, a fragment of the puzzle that held the key to unlocking the mystery. See, a name cloaked in shadows, whispered of forbidden desires and shattered dreams. Charles Emerson, a figure of respectability and deceit, cast a shadow over the investigation with his polished facade. Reed sensed the darkness that lurked behind his gaze, a truth waiting to be unmasked. The tendrils of fate intertwined, linking Emerson to a tapestry of deception woven with blood and betrayal. His denials crumbled beneath the weight of evidence, revealing a soul twisted by the shadows that danced at the edge of sanity. In the stillness of the courtroom, justice unfurled its wings, casting a light upon the darkness that dwelled within Emerson's heart. Life without parole, a sentence etched in stone, sealed his fate in the annals of infamy. As Reed watched him fade into the shadows of captivity, a flicker of something unseen passed between them, a void where empathy should have resided, a glimpse into the abyss that consumed his soul. The tale of the door on the left echoed through the corridors of memory, a haunting melody that lingered in the depths of Reed's consciousness. Behind closed doors, secrets whispered their siren song, a reminder that some mysteries were never meant to be unraveled. In the silence of the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys stood as sentinels of the past, guardians of a truth buried beneath layers of forgotten whispers. Reed's footsteps echoed in the empty hallways, a ghostly reminder of the shadows that lingered behind closed doors, waiting to be set free. Story 12. The aged library faced its imminent demise as the demolition crew neared completion of their work. Amongst the dust and debris, a worker stumbled upon a concealed latch hidden within a bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire shelving unit swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway that led to an unseen chamber. The air within was heavy, stagnant from years of neglect. In the center of the room stood a solitary chair, firmly bolted to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting phrase echoed, "I am still here." The foreman swiftly contacted the authorities as what started as a routine demolition morphed into something far more sinister. Detective Morgan Walsh, seasoned by 2 decades of policing, entered the hidden room, his flashlight piercing the darkness and revealing the chilling message scrawled across the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The library's history whispered of intrigue. Once owned by the prosperous Harrington family, the building had been bequeathed to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year at college, not a trace left except her abandoned car near the woods. Despite exhaustive searches, the case grew cold, with the prevailing notions suggesting she had chosen to vanish, a theory her family vehemently refuted, convinced of a darker fate. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden room, they unearthed strands of hair and fibers embedded in the chair. Traces of blood and skin cells lingered beneath the aged scratches on the walls. Initial analysis hinted at a young female's biological presence. The chair was designed for restraint, the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing towards the worn leather straps and bolt holes. Whoever was confined here fought vehemently. Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, unsettled by the timing of the library's donation. It had occurred just weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a coincidence that now appeared laden with significance. Further scrutiny unearthed a disturbing revelation: the contractor who installed the bookshelf had exclusive ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records unveiled exorbitant payments to this contractor, far surpassing standard renovation expenses. Former library staff expressed astonishment at the hidden room's discovery, none aware of its existence. An elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's solitary visits to that section of the library after hours, emphasizing the sanctity he placed on the untouched area. Maxwell insisted on preserving that section, she shared with investigators. He claimed the original woodwork held historical importance. The investigation took a grim turn when DNA evidence from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's belongings. The timeline crystallized, painting a harrowing portrait. Rebecca had not fled. She had been imprisoned, potentially by her own kin. Armed with a warrant, detectives combed through the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, a leather-bound journal stashed within a secret compartment revealed his unsettling fixation on his niece. The final entry bore a chilling confession. She threatened to expose everything. "I couldn't allow that. The room will confine her until she understands." Maxwell, now residing in a coastal haven, faltered under interrogation. Confronted with the damning evidence, his pretense crumbled. "She was a threat," he confessed hollowly. "Rebecca uncovered my embezzlement scheme from the family foundation. The family's reputation was paramount. I couldn't let her tarnish it." His admission unveiled a gruesome truth. Maxwell had ensnared Rebecca in the library, intending to silence her indefinitely. However, in a fatal struggle, he had extinguished her life. "I panicked," Maxwell confessed. "I interred her beneath the room's floorboards, sealing her fate. Donating the building ensured her entombment remained undisturbed." Beneath the hidden room's floor, ground-penetrating radar detected human remains. Excavation unearthed Rebecca's skeletal frame, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted by her parents. The Harrington family, in a somber gathering, witnessed Maxwell's sentencing, finding solace as justice prevailed. Clutching her daughter's bracelet, Rebecca's mother bid her final farewell, the only remnant they could lay to rest. The library's demolition halted indefinitely, transforming into a site of remembrance and contemplation. Locals adorned the entrance with flowers, honoring a life cut short and a truth concealed behind a bookshelf. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's plea, "I am still here," etched in desperation, ensured her enduring presence in the eventual arrival of delayed justice into the light. Story 13. The wooden plank shifted ever so slightly under her weight, catching her attention with a subtle creak. Intrigued, she knelt down and ran her fingers along the edges, sensing a hidden void beneath the seemingly solid floor. With delicate precision, she lifted the boards, revealing a dark, mysterious space lurking beneath her new abode. As her eyes adjusted to the dimness, she discerned the outlines of a mattress, a chair, and in the shadows, a weathered notebook. Pages filled with her name, written repeatedly in a haunting display of obsession. Detective Morgan Reed stood quietly behind Sarah Coleman, observing the revelation of the hidden chamber beneath her home. The fear in Sarah's eyes transcended mere shock. It was a primal sense of violation, a disturbing intrusion into her sanctuary. "Don't disturb anything." Detective Reed's voice was calm yet commanding as she clicked on her flashlight, casting a beam that unveiled walls adorned with surveillance photographs of Sarah's every move, a chilling shrine of fixation concealed beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had left no heirs. The property had stood empty for months before Sarah's purchase, the allure of its charm masking the sinister secrets it concealed. "I never met him, the previous owner." Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. "I thought the basement was sealed off long ago. The inspection report said as much." Crime scene investigators arrived, their presence echoing through the wooden floors as they meticulously documented the hidden chamber. Forensic analysis uncovered Walter Green's fingerprints scattered throughout, painting a disturbing picture of his clandestine obsession with Sarah. The timeline revealed years of meticulous observation, his fixation evolving from fantasy to a chilling reality. During the investigation, a former coworker of Walter's revealed unsettling details of his infatuation with Sarah. A key found in Walter's locker led to a storage unit meticulously arranged as a replica of Sarah's former living space, complete with eerie details that sent shivers down their spines. It was discovered that Walter had a history of mental illness, a past marked by a delusion of love that resurfaced in his fixation on Sarah. The investigation painted a grim picture of a man consumed by a dangerous obsession, a man who believed their fates were intertwined. As Sarah grappled with the chilling revelation, she made the difficult decision to sell the house, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The case closed with Walter's demise, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a fate narrowly avoided by Sarah. The cottage passed into new hands, its dark secret concealed once more. Life moved on, but for those who knew the truth, the hidden room beneath the floorboard stood as a haunting reminder of the unseen dangers that lurk, of the monsters that remain elusive, and the victims who narrowly escape their grasp. Story 14. Renovations always lead to uncovering mysterious artifacts, a treasure trove of forgotten relics hidden beneath the layers of time. Old newspapers, broken trinkets, and faded photographs often tell tales of the past. But for Sarah and Michael, their discovery went beyond the ordinary as they lifted the floorboards of their newly acquired Victorian-era home. Nestled beneath the aged wood, carefully folded, was a letter with words that seemed to echo through the empty house. "Don't trust the one who knocked." The ink, faded with age, spoke volumes despite its frail appearance. And as if on cue, 3 sharp raps reverberated through the silence, sending shivers down their spines. Sarah and Michael had been drawn to the house's ornate moldings and rich history, unaware of the dark secrets lurking within its walls. Detective Alina Reed, with her partner, arrived on the scene to investigate the chilling discovery. The floorboards lay open, revealing a hidden void beneath, waiting to divulge its secrets. Reed, with her weathered hands trained in the art of unraveling mysteries, extracted the note with the precision of a surgeon, mindful of preserving any clues it held. The couple had unwittingly contaminated the evidence, their fear palpable as they recounted the ominous knocking they had heard. Background checks painted Sarah and Michael as an ordinary couple, newlyweds with stable lives, embarking on a new chapter in an old house with a complex past. The former owners, the Hargrove family, had left behind a legacy fraught with untold stories. Margaret Hargrove, the last resident, had passed away peacefully, leaving the house vacant for years. As Reed delved deeper into the history of the house, a tangled web of secrets began to unravel. Franklin and Margaret Hargrove's lives seemed idyllic on the surface, but whispers from the past hinted at a darker truth. Franklin, a respected teacher turned recluse, had harbored a growing paranoia in his final years, haunted by a mysterious figure known only as the Collector. Margaret's sister, in a rare moment of clarity, revealed the haunting truth: Franklin's gambling debts had attracted the attention of a dangerous loan shark named Victor Mercer, whose presence loomed over their lives like a shadow. The 3 knocks were his calling card, a harbinger of impending doom that Margaret had tried in vain to escape. Forensic analysis and painstaking investigations led Reed to a grim discovery: a hidden grave beneath the house, containing the remains of a man long forgotten. Dental records confirmed the identity of Victor Mercer, the enigmatic collector who had met a gruesome fate at the hands of Franklin in a desperate act of self-preservation. Margaret, burdened by guilt and fear, had helped conceal the crime, sealing their dark secret beneath the very foundation of their home. Her diary entries, unearthed from the attic, painted a portrait of a woman haunted by the echoes of the past, tormented by the relentless knocking that echoed through her lonely nights. The case, once shrouded in mystery, found closure in the cold light of justice. The house, tainted by its dark history, stood silent and abandoned, its walls holding secrets that whispered in the stillness of the night. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of its past, sold the house, leaving its mysteries to the whispers of local folklore. And so the house stood as a silent sentinel, a witness to the echoes of the past that lingered in the shadows. The note, a chilling reminder of the darkness that once resided within its walls, remained a silent testament to the warning: don't trust the one who knocked. Detective Reed, in her final report, mused on the enigma of human nature, the capacity for darkness that lay dormant within us all. Some mysteries, she concluded, are destined to remain unsolved, their secrets buried beneath the layers of time, waiting to be awakened by the curious souls who dare to listen to the echoes of the past. Story 15. The gentle current meandered lazily that morning, the water reflecting the soft hues of dawn like a mirror. A lone fisherman, lost in the tranquility of the moment, barely registered the anomaly: a weathered suitcase bobbing near the shore. Initially mistaking it for discarded clothes, a pungent odor soon wafted to him, thick and oppressive in its presence. Chains encircled the case, its metal edges tinged with rust from exposure to the elements. With cautious steps, he waded closer, his curiosity piqued. When the authorities pried the case open, it was not garments they uncovered, but a grim sight. Within lay strands of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and at the very bottom, a chilling note that sent shivers down their spines: this isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a delicate handkerchief pressed to her nose, her gaze somber as she surveyed the somber tableau. The victim, a woman in her 30s named Catherine Walsh, bore the unmistakable signs of a watery grave, dark locks now matted, pale skin marred by the waters. The meticulous work of the medical examiner unfolded methodically, capturing every detail before the body was tenderly removed from its resting place. What struck Mercer amidst the morbid scene was not just the manner of disposal, but the eerie reverence shown towards the victim's appearance, manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in opulent attire. She was not discarded here, Mercer mused, her eyes tracing the ripples lapping at the muddy shoreline. She was carefully arranged, presented. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her prowess in selling luxurious properties, led a private life, divorced with no children, residing in an affluent neighborhood. Her colleagues painted a portrait of a driven, meticulous woman, fiercely ambitious in her endeavors. Her sudden disappearance, reported by her concerned assistant when she failed to show for a crucial showing, sent ripples of unease through those who knew her. She would never miss such an appointment, her assistant insisted during questioning. That sale meant everything to her. As investigators delved into Walsh's pristine, modernist abode, a sense of unease settled in. The meticulous organization, the flawless facade, everything seemed too perfect, too staged. Except for a single anomaly in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer that unveiled a leather-bound journal. The final entry within sent chills down Mercer's spine. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. A trail of digital breadcrumbs revealed a disturbing pattern in Walsh's inbox, countless messages from unknown senders, all bearing the same ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." Each message time-stamped at the exact moment, day after day. Her internet history revealed searches for security systems, self-defense tools, a silent cry for help that went unheard. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, the careful orchestration of the crime scene, the sinister presentation of the victim. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she shared with her partner, the gravity of the situation weighing heavy on her shoulders. This was not a crime of passion. This was a meticulously planned ritual. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a local pawn shop owner recognizing Walsh's distinct emerald necklace among his wares. The culprit, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker, soon came into focus. Surveillance footage captured Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's building, at times with his maintenance cart, others without, a ghostly presence haunting her every move. A search of Linden's modest dwelling unearthed a chilling reality, the walls adorned with clandestine photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a haunting resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some faces were cruelly crossed out with crimson ink. Walsh was but one piece of a sinister puzzle. Hidden behind a false panel in his closet lay a shrine, a macabre collection of items belonging to each victim meticulously arranged. A lock of hair, stained tissues, keys, receipts. Each artifact accompanied by a meticulous notebook chronicling their daily routines, their preferences, their very essence. The interrogation room turned frigid as Linden was brought in, his demeanor unyielding, his gaze unwavering. "They were flawed," he uttered flatly, devoid of remorse. "They paraded their perfection, but I saw through their facades." Catherine, she had a disorganized drawer, a missed spot in her lipstick application. Her perfection was a charade. The hunt for the missing victims referenced in his note led investigators to desolate locales where 2 more suitcases lay hidden. Within, the echoes of lives cut short, meticulously staged in their demise. During Linden's trial, a chilling silence enveloped the courtroom as the extent of his depravity unfurled. A voyeur turned executioner, he had stalked these women, correcting what he perceived as their imperfections before snuffing out their light. The families of the victims bore witness to the sentencing a life term without chance of release. For Mercer, the case was officially closed, yet shadows of uncertainty lingered. What drove Lyndon to fixate on these specific women, to seek absolution through their destruction? The river flowed on, carrying with it the secrets of the past, its waters a veil concealing the horrors beneath. But on Mercer's desk, silent sentinels bore witness the chilling notebooks, a stark reminder that darkness can lurk in the most unassuming of places, behind the veneer of perfection. In the stillness of the precinct, a whisper lingered, a cautionary tale of predators in plain sight, waiting for that one fatal flaw to expose their true nature. Story 16. The old apartment exuded a sense of antiquity, its heating system emitting low groans and the pipes rattling in a familiar cadence. She had grown accustomed to these sounds, dismissing them as part of the building's charm. However, one evening, a subtle yet distinct voice drifted through the vents, catching her off guard. It wasn't the typical background noise of neighbors chatting, it was a whisper, calling out her name in a hauntingly intimate tone. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate. A sudden rush of icy air brushed against her cheek, followed by a soft, almost playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself standing in the midst of the empty apartment, a chill running down her spine as she focused on the rusted vent cover that had been forcefully removed from the wall. The forensic team moved meticulously around her, their cameras capturing every detail of the eerie scene. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until a putrid odor alerted the building manager to her absence after 7 long days. Officer Patel recounted the victim's claims of hearing voices through the vents, which the building management had dismissed as mere creaks of the aging infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratch marks surrounding it, indicating a frantic attempt to break free from within. The realization dawned on her that these marks were not made by any tool, but by desperate fingernails clawing at the metal cover from the inside. Alina was a beloved kindergarten teacher, known for her radiant smile and thriving houseplants that adorned her windowsill. Her sudden disappearance had left her students puzzled, crafting handmade cards in hopes of her return. During interviews, Alina's sister revealed her growing paranoia in the weeks leading up to her vanishing, convinced that unseen eyes were watching her, whispering through the vent in her apartment, a notion initially brushed off as work-related stress. As Shaw surveyed the meticulously arranged room, she noticed subtle clues that hinted at a disturbing presence. The unblemished bed, the neglected coffee mug in the sink, and a chair strategically positioned beneath the vent as if someone had been perched there, listening intently. Further investigation unearthed unsettling evidence, including fibers matching Alina's clothing caught in the vent and a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the metal cover. A deep dive into the building's history revealed a pattern of tenants abruptly vacating the premises, citing strange noises and unsettling experiences. Harold Weber, the longtime superintendent, raised suspicions with his nonchalant demeanor, downplaying the inexplicable occurrences within the building. However, his demeanor shifted when questioned about the previous occupants of apartment 4B, betraying a hidden unease beneath his facade of indifference. The investigation took a sinister turn when a hidden passage behind a loose bathroom tile led to a maintenance shaft interconnecting the ventilation system, where a cache of personal items hinted at a clandestine observer living within the walls. Shaw's team uncovered a trove of incriminating audio recordings and voyeuristic images meticulously cataloged by apartment number, exposing Weber's twisted obsession with his victims. Weber's arrest shed light on a web of manipulation and psychological terror, with evidence suggesting that Alina had been lured into the ventilation system through drugging and coercion. The revelation of his meticulously maintained storage unit, housing mementos from past tenants, painted a chilling picture of his predatory inclinations. During the trial, Weber remained eerily composed, his defense attempting to attribute his actions to delusions of symbiosis with the building. However, the overwhelming evidence of premeditation and manipulation sealed his fate, leading to a swift, guilty verdict. As he was escorted away, Weber's cryptic words lingered in Shaw's mind, haunting reminders of the malevolent presence that had once lurked within the building's walls. The once occupied apartment building now stands silent and desolate, despite attempts at renovation and rejuvenation. Residents whisper of spectral voices echoing through the vents, cold drafts carrying unseen murmurs. The building's aging systems continue their symphony of groans and rattles, a constant reminder of the unsettling events that transpired within its walls. And yet, in the stillness of the night, a faint whisper may still linger, a chilling echo of a past that refuses to be forgotten. Story 17. In a quiet Victorian-era home, Michael and Sarah Klein embarked on a journey that unraveled a chilling mystery hidden within its walls. The house, with its elegant woodwork and high ceilings, beckoned the couple with promises of a bygone era. Little did they know, beneath the peeling wallpaper lay a story waiting to be told. It all began innocently enough, with a water stain in the master bedroom catching Sarah's eye. As they peeled back the layers of wallpaper, they uncovered a name repeatedly scrawled in ink: Alina Winters. The name echoed through the walls, haunting in its repetition. Intrigued and unsettled, Michael delved into property records, only to find no trace of an Alina Winters linked to the house's history. The woman who sold them the house, Margaret Cavendish, seemed to hold a secret connection to the mysterious name on the wall. A newspaper article from decades past shed light on the enigma, a missing persons case involving Alina Winters, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Margaret Cavendish. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, igniting an obsession within the couple to uncover the truth. Their investigation led them to a startling revelation: Margaret Cavendish was not who she claimed to be. Hidden beneath the bedroom floorboards were IDs belonging to Alina Winters and other aliases, all bearing Margaret's face with subtle alterations. As forensic teams combed through the house, a chilling connection emerged. The writings on the wall matched the handwriting of a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had assumed Alina's identity after her disappearance. Rebecca's fractured mind had created a complex web of personas, with Alina at its center. The truth came to light when Alina's remains were discovered buried in the backyard, confirming Rebecca's dark secret. The woman known as Margaret Cavendish was apprehended, her facade crumbling to reveal the truth behind Alina's tragic fate. The walls of the Victorian home bore witness to a tale of jealousy and obsession, where identities blurred and guilt manifested in ink. For Alina's family, Closure came 3 decades later, and for Michael and Sarah, their dream home became a haunting reminder of the secrets that can lurk within the walls, forever etched in true crime history. Story 18. In the midst of a quiet suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in the mail for Sarah Miller. Wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address, the single brass key seemed to hold secrets of its own. Despite its worn appearance, it exuded an air of familiarity that sent shivers down Sarah's spine. As she tried it in every lock she owned, not a single one turned, signaling that this key did not belong to her world. Placing the enigmatic key on her coffee table, an unexpected event unfolded. The old grandfather clock in the hallway, long silenced and broken, emitted a single hollow chime as if acknowledging the presence of the key. Bewildered by this anomaly, Sarah's unease grew, prompting her to report the strange occurrence to the authorities. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer took the key as a mere formality. However, Sarah's persistent sense of foreboding led to the key becoming the focal point of a chilling criminal investigation that would shake the foundations of the seemingly peaceful neighborhood. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator from the Special Victims Unit, inherited the case. As he delved into the mystery, the brass key sat on his desk, its simplicity belying the darkness it concealed. Background checks on Sarah revealed no suspicious activities, painting her as an unsuspecting recipient of a sinister gift. Forensic examinations yielded no fingerprints on the key except for Sarah's own. The postmark on the envelope provided no leads, leaving the investigators grasping at shadows. It wasn't until Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique pattern through the department database that the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. A cold case from years past surfaced, linking the key to a storage unit where unspeakable horrors had been uncovered. Blood-stained carpet, tools of violence, and haunting photographs of unidentified women painted a grim picture of the past. The key was a key to a world of darkness, a world that Sarah had unknowingly been thrust into. With the investigation intensifying, Sarah's sense of security shattered. New locks and a security system were mere tokens of protection against the unknown threat looming over her. The connection between the key and the storage unit raised more questions than answers, pushing Detective Harmon to dig deeper into the shadows of the past. Through meticulous investigative work, a chilling connection emerged. A former neighbor, Harold Jenkins, emerged as a person of interest. A man shrouded in mystery, Jenkins had left a trail of unanswered questions in his wake, leading the investigators down a harrowing path of discovery. As the search for Jenkins expanded, the true extent of his depravity came to light. A cabin harboring a hidden room filled with keys, each bearing a name and a date, unveiled a horrifying truth. The keys represented lives lost, victims unknown, a legacy of terror meticulously catalogued by a disturbed mind. The manhunt for Jenkins escalated, culminating in a tense standoff in the wilderness. A solitary figure, bearing the weight of unspeakable crimes, met his end in a remote fire tower, leaving behind a legacy of horror and heartache. The aftermath of the investigation revealed a trail of devastation, with 32 victims identified and families finally receiving closure. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, could not return to her ordinary life, haunted by the darkness that had encroached upon her world. As the community grappled with the revelation of evil hiding in plain sight, researchers delved into Jenkins' writings in a quest for understanding. The collection of keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable acts, served as a stark reminder of the thin veil separating normalcy from nightmare. In the end, the tale of the brass key and the darkness it unlocked stood as a testament to the fragility of safety, the resilience of the human spirit, and the chilling reality that sometimes the most sinister evils wear the mask of the ordinary. Story 19. The apartment lay in silence for months, a quiet observer of time passing by. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were low, a layer of dust, perhaps some remnants of the past lives lived within those walls. But one door resisted their gentle nudges, stubbornly locked from the inside. It was a simple closet, yet it held a secret tightly guarded. The landlord, with a heavy sigh, forced the door open, revealing not forgotten coats or discarded items, but a haunting sight. The walls bore deep scars, etched with uneven lines as if pleading for release. And in the dim corner, an old flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator of the mysterious and the macabre, felt a chill creep up her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent screams echoed in those desperate scratch marks, a tale of confinement and struggle. Call forensics immediately, she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured every haunting detail through his lens, and gather the records of the previous tenants. The message on the forgotten phone whispered ominously, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with nervous hands, shared sparse details of the previous tenant, a young woman, quiet and unassuming, who had vanished without a trace, leaving unpaid rent in her wake. "She kept to herself, causing no trouble," he muttered, eyes darting away from the closet's gaping maw. Forensics uncovered a chilling truth within the scratches, traces of blood belonging to the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, intertwined with two other DNA samples. One remained a mystery, while the other belonged to Derek Mercer, a man presumed dead for years. Shaw furrowed her brow in disbelief at the incongruity of it all. Emma's apartment whispered of a life interrupted, a frozen moment in time captured by unwashed dishes and unanswered calls. A pattern emerged from her phone records, a mysterious caller, an unknown presence lingering on the edge of her existence. She mentioned a new boyfriend, intense and private, Officer Reed relayed, piecing together the fragments of Emma's final days. Surveillance footage painted a grim picture, an unidentified figure shadowing Emma's steps, a silent watcher in the night. And the revelation of Derek Mercer's fingerprints within the closet sealed a sinister connection. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, a flicker of understanding lighting up her eyes. The threads of the investigation wove a tapestry of horror, connecting Emma's fate to another missing soul, Lynette Porter, hidden away in the depths of Mercer's depravity. Mercer's twisted game of control and manipulation came to light, each piece of evidence a brushstroke on a canvas of terror. The manhunt for Mercer spanned far and wide, a shadow looming over every corner. His capture marked the end of a reign of fear, but his calm demeanor in the face of justice sent shivers down the spines of those who sought to understand his darkness. The trial unveiled Mercer's intricate web of deceit, his perverse pleasure in inflicting suffering laid bare for the world to see. Emma's fate, sealed within that closet, echoed through the courtroom, a silent witness to unspeakable horrors. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence, a sense of closure lingered in the air. Lynette Porter's words resonated through the hushed courtroom, a beacon of resilience and strength in the face of darkness. The legacy of Emma's tragedy reshaped the way investigations were conducted, a reminder that evil often wears a mask of normalcy. Detective Shaw, keeper of secrets and seeker of truth, gazed at the closet door mounted on her office wall, a silent sentinel of the horrors that lurked in the shadows, a testament to the resilience of those who fought to survive. Story 20: The Enigmatic Abandoned Victorian. She crossed the threshold, a veil of dust dancing in the musty air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its walls shedding memories, its furniture shrouded in white sheets. Each step she took felt like a journey into a timeless void, a suspended reality where the past lingered in the shadows except for one peculiar detail that set this place apart from mere abandonment. The doors. No matter which handle she turned, no matter where her wandering led, she found herself always returning to the same room, the parlor. A strange loop woven into the fabric of the house, trapping her in a maze of familiarity. The only escape, it seemed, was the way she had entered. But when she turned to retrace her steps, the front door had vanished into thin air, leaving her stranded in a labyrinth of forgotten whispers. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form transformed the once forgotten Victorian dwelling into a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, a silent observer amidst the spectral dance of forensic technicians moving through the dim-lit interior like phantoms in search of elusive truths. The house, once a mere curiosity whispered about among locals, now held secrets far darker and more ominous than the tales spun by idle tongues. The initial examination suggests a passage of 3 days since her passing, the medical examiner murmured, his voice a mere whisper in the heavy silence. The cause appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an ancient chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands clasped gently in her lap as if awaiting a long-lost visitor. No signs of struggle marred the peaceful tableau, no scars of defiance etched upon her skin. The scene exuded a palpable stillness that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned investigators. Who stumbled upon the grim discovery? Lind inquired, her gaze scanning the notes before her. A real estate agent showing the property to prospective buyers, her partner responded. They entered, beheld her silent form, mistaking her for an intruder until they drew closer. The house had languished in solitude since the demise of its previous owner, Alina Blackwood, nearly half a decade prior. Legal disputes had rendered the property an unwanted relic, left to decay in the embrace of neglect, save for the occasional intrusion of vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into the mysteries of architectural anomalies for her thesis, had been inexorably drawn to the enigmatic Victorian with its reputation for ensnaring the unsuspecting in its web of illusion. Her roommate reported her absence 2 days prior, Lind remarked. Morgan spoke of venturing into the house where wanderers lose their way, in the pursuit of her research. The investigation unveiled a trail of visits made by Morgan to the house in the weeks leading to her untimely demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustics, chilling pockets of cold air, and doors that defied conventional logic by leading to ever-changing destinations. In her final musings, she spoke of deploying specialized equipment to capture the elusive spatial inconsistencies that haunted the corridors of the Victorian labyrinth. Alas, the tools she sought were nowhere to be found. The autopsy unearthed an unexpected revelation, a trace presence of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance derived from a plant utilized in esoteric shamanic rituals. While known to induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, the dosage detected fell short of a lethal threshold. She was no casual user of mind-altering substances, her beau asserted during interrogation. Morgan adhered rigorously to the tenets of scientific inquiry. She would not have knowingly clouded her perception. Digital sleuthing unearthed remnants of deleted messages on Morgan's mobile device, exchanges with a kindred spirit who shared her fascination with the enigmatic abode. Their dialogues veered from the mundane into the cryptic and intimate realms. The house retains the echoes of its past, one missive cryptically intoned. It yearns for revelation. The scrutiny led Lind and her team to Adam Reeves, an erudite architectural historian whose correspondence with Morgan had delved into the mysteries of spatial anomalies. Their professional camaraderie had evolved into a bond tinged with personal connection, a shared quest to unravel the enigmas concealed within the Victorians' deceptive facade. When questioned, Reeves bore the weight of grief upon his countenance. "The house harbors a reputation," he divulged. Its original designer wove illusions and warped perspectives into its very structure, a maze meant to bewilder and ensnare. Morgan sensed a deeper truth lurking beneath the veneer of mere trickery. Yet Reeves stood exonerated at the presumed time of Morgan's passing, his alibi corroborated by security footage capturing his presence at a scholarly gathering miles away. The tide of the investigation shifted with the disclosure of a long-buried family secret by Alina Blackwood's grandson, residing in a distant land. "My grandmother was not the sole Blackwood to meet her end within those walls," he confessed. Generations of kin claimed by the parlor's embrace, their countenances serene in repose. The family whispered of the claiming, a fate that awaited those who lingered too long within the house's grasp. He provided Lind and her cohorts with journals spanning epochs, chronicling demises attributed to natural causes, but concealing a pattern of inexplicable fatalities. Those ensnared by the house's insidious allure eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically labeled the influence. A secondary scouring of the property unearthed a concealed compartment nestled behind the parlor hearth, concealing Morgan's lost equipment and a trove of enigmatic artifacts. Within the hidden chamber lay a tableau of relics from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged with meticulous precision in a sacred geometry. At its heart rested a weathered figurine, its features smoothed by the caress of countless hands across the ages. Analysis identified the statuette as an embodiment of a deity presiding over liminal realms, the thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid detected in Morgan's system adorned the artifacts like a spectral fingerprint. The inquiry took a chilling turn as forensic scrutiny of the house's dust patterns unveiled the spectral presence of another individual at the time of Morgan's demise. Partial prints, alien to Morgan or any known visitor, adorned the doorknobs like whispers of unseen phantoms. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered in his dwelling, seated in repose facing the entrance, the telltale alkaloid staining his system. Clutched within his grasp lay a key, alien to his abode, yet a perfect fit for the enigmatic compartment within the Victorian's heart. In his final testament, an email addressed to himself as if preserving a testament for eternity, Reeves inscribed, "The house does not imprison the flesh but the mind." Morgan perceived the truth. The doors led where they have always led, yet a veil of deception cloaks the path, luring you into a dance of circularity. Once enlightenment dawns, escape is but a step away, but by then, the allure of the house's secrets holds you in thrall. The case, an enigma bound in shadows and whispers, remains an open chapter in the annals of unsolved mysteries, designated as suspicious demises under ongoing scrutiny. The Victorian, now a condemned edifice shunned by the authorities, stands as a testament to the unseen forces that weave their tapestries within its forgotten chambers. Whispers persist among the locals of ethereal lights flickering within its confines on moonlit nights, of wanderers who vanish into its maw never to return. Some assert that the house claims those who peer too deeply into its mysteries. Others whisper of Morgan and Reeves, who glimpsed a truth ancient and potent, lurking within the interstices of conventional reality. The verity of the tale remains as elusive as an exit within a house where all doors lead back to the beginning, where time stands still and shadows dance in silent reverie. Story 21, The Enigmatic Coffee Shop. The quaint coffee shop had been a sanctuary for him, a place of solace amidst the chaos of the outside world. For years he followed the same ritual, same table, same order, same quiet contemplation. The barista recognized his face, a familiar presence in the corner, yet no one ever knew his name. He existed in a realm of anonymity, a mystery wrapped in silence. Then one fateful day he failed to make his customary appearance. Concerned, the police ventured to his usual spot, only to discover a wallet left behind. Inside lay a driver's license bearing a photo, but where a name and address should have been, there was nothing but emptiness, a void where his identity should have resided. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the perplexing case, her fingertips tracing the cold metal table as she pored over the security footage. The enigmatic figure, now dubbed John Doe in the investigative files, seemed utterly ordinary on screen. Average in stature, unassuming in appearance, clad in a navy coat with a weathered leather bag slung over his shoulder. His unremarkable demeanor made his inexplicable disappearance all the more unsettling. "Play it again," Mercer instructed the tech specialist, her voice barely above a whisper. The footage unfolded, revealing John's entrance during the bustling morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, devoid of sugar, and settled at the secluded corner table, partially veiled by a lush plant. Engrossed in his thoughts, he extracted a notebook from his bag and began to transcribe his musings. At intervals, he would lift his cup to his lips, gazing pensively out of the window. Then came the pivotal moment. He placed his wallet on the table, rose from his seat, and ambled towards the corridor leading to the restroom. Yet he never retraced his steps. He never emerged through any exit. he simply evaporated into nothingness. "Check the restroom footage," Mercer urged. "That's the anomaly," the specialist responded. "He never ventured into any restroom. Every camera angle has been scrutinized. It's as though he dissolved into the ether." Returning to the precinct, Mercer sifted through the wallet's contents strewn across her desk. The photo on the driver's license mirrored their elusive subject, but where personal details should have been, there were only vacant spaces. The credit cards bore no names, merely strings of 16-digit numbers that led to phantom accounts when traced. Neatly stacked cash of various denominations, a receipt from the coffee shop dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card blank on both sides except for a barely discernible phone number in faded gray ink. Upon dialing the number, Mercer encountered silence on the other end, interspersed with the rustle of paper akin to leaves in a whispering breeze. After a fleeting 30 seconds, the line went dead. The barista who had served John for years could offer scant insight. He remained reticent, always courteous though, a generous tipper. Perhaps he possessed an accent, but his voice was so hushed it was difficult to discern. "Did he engage with anyone here, hold conversations?" Mercer inquired. "Never, always solitary, forever engrossed in that notebook." The notebook, an enigma in itself, lay open on the table beside the forsaken wallet, its pages inscribed with what appeared to be cryptic code or encrypted passages. Cryptographers from the department grappled with deciphering its contents. Some sheets featured intricate sketches, blueprints of edifices alien to the locale. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the vicinity with John Doe's photographs. None recognized him. No missing persons reports aligned with his description. His fingerprints eluded all databases. It was as though he were a phantasm tethered solely to the confines of that coffee shop. Amidst her inquiries, Mercer detected an anomaly in the security footage. Each dawn when John traversed the threshold, the camera's timestamp flickered fleetingly. The specialist dismissed it as a technical glitch, yet Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the coffee shop, she seated herself at his customary table, granting her a vista of both the entrance and the corridor to the restrooms. Suspended between them hung an antique mirror, its frame intricately etched with symbols reminiscent of those in John's notebook. Upon the proprietor's arrival, Mercer queried him about the mirror. "That relic, it predates my tenure. It arrived with the edifice. A ponderous contraption requires 2 men to shift it. Has it ever been relocated for cleaning or refurbishment? Never in my tenure. Why do you ask?" Mercer approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. The glass offered a faint distortion, casting her likeness into an abyss of depth. Anticipating a chill, she reached out towards the surface, only to encounter an unanticipated warmth. When the forensic team descended to scrutinize the mirror, its detachment from the wall unveiled a diminutive hollow alcove. Nestled within were stacks of identical wallets, each harboring a driver's license with the same visage but void informational fields. Adjacent lay a leather-bound journal brimming with entries extending across decades, penned in the identical hand as the notebook abandoned on the table. The culminating entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The aperture diminishes." Fingerprints crisscrossed throughout the concealed cavity, all corresponding to John Doe. The earliest wallet's carbon dating hinted at an age of nearly 50 years, yet the countenance in the photograph remained perennially unaltered. The journal entries alluded to experiments in temporal displacement, and identity transference. Mentions of return crossings and aperture junctures peppered the entries. One passage arrested Mercer's attention. The coffee shop serves as a nexus, a locus where realities converge. The mirror acts as the portal. When alignment aligns, transit manifests. As the probe deepened, anomalous occurrences unfurled around the coffee shop. Patrons recounted witnessing their reflections move autonomously within the window panes. Several asserted glimpsing John Doe seated at his customary table, though surveillance cameras betrayed the emptiness of the spot. Breakthrough materialized when an elderly woman reached out to the precinct regarding the investigation. Introducing herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist embroiled in clandestine governmental ventures, she recognized John Doe from the media coverage. His appellation was Daniel Weston, she elucidated, a prodigious theoretical physicist who vanished during an experimental venture involving quantum mirror surfaces posited to enable material transit amidst parallel realities. Proffering documents, Keller delineated Weston's presumed demise subsequent to a laboratory mishap. The temporal of his disappearance aligned with the earliest journal entry discovered behind the mirror. He posited our reality as merely one facet amidst myriad concurrent existences, Keller expounded. He hypothesized that specific locales served as vulnerable junctures amid these realities, locales where an individual could hypothetically traverse. Armed with this newfound insight, Mercer revisited the coffee shop. Unveiling revealed the edifice was erected upon the grounds that once housed the very research facility where Weston had grappled with the enigmatic mirrors. The coffee shop had been erected directly atop the laboratory where he had vanished. The denouement of the saga unfolded as Mercer, alone within the precinct in the nocturnal stillness, discerned a revelation in the security footage overlooked in prior viewings. Reflected in the mirror, a second John Doe Daniel Weston observed himself seated at the table. Dual iterations of the same individual coexisting in synchrony. Hurrying to the coffee shop to inspect the mirror anew, Mercer encountered a shattering sight. The mirror lay fragmented upon the floor. Amidst the shards, a final missive inscribed in the familiar script awaited her. The trial has concluded. The aperture seals shut. Venture not into pursuit. The enigma of the Phantom Man endures as an enigma, shrouded in official unresolved status. The coffee shop shuttered its doors in the wake of the inquiry, the structure ultimately razed to the ground. Daniel Weston's remains eluded discovery. His journals and notebooks vanished from the evidence chamber under mystifying circumstances. Detective Mercer retired from the force shortly thereafter. Locals sporadically espied her ensconced on her veranda, frenetically transcribing into a notebook mirroring Weston's. Adorning her wall hung a remnant of an antique mirror, its surface at times rippling in silent undulation. Story 22, The Enigmatic Abode. The real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints revealed no hint of its existence. Yet as the family peeled back the old carpet, a hidden door emerged, its handle rusted and weighty. With combined effort, they pried it open, releasing a rush of stale air heavy with the essence of damp earth. Descending steps beckoned them into the darkness below. They anticipated a storage space, but were met with a solitary chair bathed in the soft sway of a lone light bulb hanging above. and behind it a series of photographs depicting them, images captured from within the confines of their own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban property amidst winter's early dusk, the skeletal trees looming stark against the frigid sky. The aging two-story house, with its worn siding and creaking floors, had appealed to them for its perceived character and history. Little did they know the depth of history embedded within the house, and how violently it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property alongside her partner, the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice trembled as she recounted the discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures down there," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with practiced ease. Flashes of the camera illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team diligently captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended into the small basement, a space akin to a standard bedroom, with concrete walls painted a somber gray. A solitary chair was securely bolted at the room's center, beneath the stark glare of the bare bulb casting shifting shadows. However, it was the row of photographs that seized their attention, 37 images meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These date back nearly 4 weeks, noted Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps on the prints. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their rooms. The absence of forced entry, stolen belongings, or triggered alarms left only a sense of violated privacy and shattered security." Further investigation uncovered fingerprints belonging to previous property owners, each having stayed for brief periods before selling at diminishing prices. None had ever mentioned a basement. "We must interview every former owner," Connors instructed, flipping through her notepad. As they delved deeper into the property's past, the case grew increasingly disquieting. Inconsistencies in the records, altered blueprints, withdrawn permits all hinted at a hidden truth. A breakthrough emerged during an interview with the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His pallor drained upon viewing photos of the basement. "There was no such room," he insisted, hands trembling. "I stripped that place down to its core. No basement, no door, just dirt and concrete beneath the living room." Extraction of data from a concealed memory card revealed hundreds more images capturing not just the Mercers, but a lineage of families. Children at rest, parents in conflict, intimate moments, mundane routines, all surreptitiously documented by an unseen presence. The revelation took a darker turn with the recovery of audio files from a hidden box containing recordings of private conversations held within the house. "We must scrutinize every inch," Connors urged, her tone laced with urgency. "Inspect the walls, air vents, light fixtures, outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years." Beyond the photograph-laden wall, investigators unearthed a narrow passage leading to a monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations on each family that had dwelled within the house. The journal's erratic final entries bore cryptic phrases like, "They never look down and they never see me," culminating in a chilling sentence, "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed what had become evident. Edward Kelvin, the house's enigmatic architect, had never departed from the structure he had crafted. He had ensconced himself within hidden recesses, constructing a labyrinth of surveillance points to observe the families who believed themselves secluded. The manhunt spanned 3 days, culminating in the discovery of Kelvin nestled within a crawlspace between upper-level bedrooms. His emaciated form, adept at navigating the narrow passages he had devised, blinked in the glare of flashlights. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as though they were mere actors in his personal drama, observed with the detachment of a dispassionate scientist. A psychological evaluation diagnosed Kelvin with severe delusions, perceiving himself as the house's custodian rather than an intruder. The families in his distorted reality were transient guests in what he deemed his eternal abode. The Mercers chose never to return, abandoning their possessions and departing with only what they could carry in suitcases. The house stood vacant as legal proceedings unfolded, unveiling the extent of Kelvin's intricate surveillance network. The structure itself had been fashioned as a voyeuristic apparatus, with residents unwittingly cast as protagonists in his obsessive chronicles. Kelvin remained impassive during the trial, having retreated into the recesses of his mind where he could navigate the phantom corridors of the house that now existed solely in memory. Ultimately, the property was razed, its subterranean secrets buried beneath fresh earth. Yet for the families who had resided there, the specter of violation endured. They remained haunted not by what had been taken, but by what had lurked unseen within the very walls they had entrusted for protection. In moments of solitude, they found themselves casting wary glances at vents, fixtures, corners, questioning if they had ever truly been alone, if the house had ever been solely theirs. Story 23. She never fancied venturing up there, but when a storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic loomed with forgotten treasures, veiled in dust and cobwebs. Nestled in the deepest corner sat an ancient dollhouse, intricately detailed, its miniature furniture arranged with meticulous care. Yet as she peered into its tiny rooms, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures inside were not dolls, but tiny, hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure placed exactly where they had been downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to be her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, feeling the indent where the small wooden figure stood. The revelation sent a shiver through her, unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place there. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rented abode the family had recently moved into. The saga began with Rebecca's urgent call to the authorities. Officers arrived at the suburban dwelling to find a family in distress, gathered in the living room, reluctant to ascend the stairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their fears as an elaborate prank or the vivid imagination of a family adjusting to a new home. The meticulous detail caught my attention, Detective Harmon later recounted in interviews. Each miniature figurine captured a unique trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The case took a turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family members. Even more unsettling were microscopic cameras found hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements revealed a disquieting pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse mirrored not just their evening seating, but precise postures from different days. indicating someone had observed them long enough to learn their routines. We soon realized this was more than a mere case of stalking, Detective Harmon explained. The perpetrator exhibited a level of obsession seldom seen in criminal psychology literature. Further investigation unveiled a concealed basement entrance behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living area with signs of someone residing there before the Morgans moved in. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted that the intruder had been living beneath the family for weeks. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators. Property records disclosed the house had sat vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans arrived. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within a short span. Their son managed the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Neighbors offered scant information during interviews. Most had noticed nothing amiss, although one elderly lady mentioned seeing lights in the house during its vacancy. I assumed it was the real estate folks showing the property, she informed investigators. Never crossed my mind that someone might be squatted there without permission. The breakthrough came through digital forensics. Examination of the surveillance system connected to the miniature cameras led analysts to an external server. The IP address guided investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and former residents of the house were discovered. Journal entries meticulously chronicled the daily routines of each family member. The most chilling revelation was a workshop brimming with partially constructed dollhouses, each representing different homes in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. Financial records indicated mounting debt following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house outright, he crafted a hidden living space, remaining there while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse acted as his command center, elucidated the forensic psychologist handling the case. Each figure symbolized someone he observed. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained unnervingly composed as he divulged his motives. They dwelt in my house, slept in my parents' chamber. I needed to ensure they respected it. When queried about the positioned figures, he simply remarked, I wanted them to realize I was always watching. Psychological evaluation unveiled a complex case of possessive delusion. Wells struggled to cope with losing his childhood home and devised an intricate system to retain control over it. The dollhouse became his means of possessing both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later recollected that the most haunting moment wasn't finding the dollhouse but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all this time, measuring our existence, turning us into mere playthings. The true horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing that, in his mind, we were just puppets to be maneuvered and observed. Wells faced multiple charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case spurred a revaluation of real estate disclosure laws regarding deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge underscored the egregious violation the Morgan family endured. You didn't just intrude upon their residence, you encroached upon their sense of security and independence. You watched their most intimate moments and replicated them for your own amusement. What perturbs criminologists most about the case is how long Wells might have evaded detection had Rebecca not unearthed the dollhouse. Examination of his journals suggested he had covertly inhabited homes for nearly 2 years, moving from one property to another, crafting dollhouses representing each observed family. The Morgan family eventually settled in a distant abode, yet Rebecca admitted in victim impact statements that she still inspects closets and crawl spaces routinely. She rid their new dwelling of all dollhouses and miniatures. "Some days I still sense a gaze upon me," she confessed. "I ponder if somewhere someone is still manipulating a tiny version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to discover." Story 24: The Enigmatic Manor. The new occupants of the house brushed off the crackling intercom as an oddity, a remnant of a bygone era that crackled to life late at night, a forgotten relic of the past. It was a Victorian manor, enveloped by ancient oak trees, boasting a weathered exterior that concealed a modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker, enamored with history, acquired the property at a surprisingly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the initial tour. One fateful evening, curiosity got the better of the husband, and he pressed the intercom button. A whisper, almost ethereal, crackled through the speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" His hands trembled as he recoiled in shock. His wife, standing nearby, assured him softly, "I never uttered those words." Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a possible break-in, but there was an underlying sense that there was more to the story than met the eye. Daniel, with a ghostly complexion, met the detective at the door and led her inside. "It all began with the intercom," he explained, guiding her through the grand foyer. "Static, then whispers, then complete sentences. My wife thought I was imagining it until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, gripping a mug that remained untouched. "We found something behind the wall," she divulged abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice faltered. Hidden behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, was a small leather-bound journal. The detective, wearing gloves, carefully unfolded the brittle pages. The elegant yet frantic handwriting belonged to Alina, the mysterious previous owner, who had harbored suspicions about her husband Vincent planning her harm. The investigation unveiled the truth about Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the former owners of the manor. Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina's disappearance, with no record of divorce or change of address. As the detectives probed deeper, anomalies were discovered beneath the garden shed's foundation. Breaking through the aged concrete revealed human remains of a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of head trauma. A gold wedding band with the inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love," offered a chilling clue. The case against Vincent Blackwood progressed swiftly. In his elderly years, living in a care facility, he comprehended the gravity of the charges. His calm admission sent shivers down the detective's spine. "She never ceased talking," Vincent confessed. "Through that cursed intercom, always questioning, checking on me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it, insisting she could always reach me." His vacant gaze betrayed a chilling truth. "I only craved silence." Vincent's elaborate ruse of Alina's departure, including forged postcards and decades of deceit, crumbled in the face of the evidence. He confessed to the murder, revealing his macabre routine of daily walks over the concealed grave. The trial concluded swiftly, with Vincent pleading guilty. The judge highlighted the premeditated nature of the crime and the years of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the manor's dark past, sold the property. Before bidding farewell, they held a poignant memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The intercom, a conduit for the unearthly whispers, was removed by the subsequent owners during renovations. Workers reported hearing static and murmurs during the extraction, attributing it to mundane interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archival, contemplating how the house itself had unfurled its enigmatic secret across time. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood thanks to Alina's spectral persistence. The local law enforcement dubbed it the house that answered back, a haunting reminder of the past. On her way home, Detective Reeves would pass the manor, slowing down with the window cracked, listening for echoes of whispers carried on the breeze. Story 25. In the quiet of the night, a subtle flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a fleeting glitch that caught the mother's attention. At first, she brushed it off as mere interference, a trick of technology playing games in the darkness. But then the sound crackled and a voice, soft and insidious, whispered through the static, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, her heart quickening in her chest as the words echoed in the room. With trembling hands, she hurried to her son's room, the urgency of a mother's love propelling her forward. But as she flung open the door, her eyes widened in horror. The crib stood empty, a void where her precious child should have been nestled safely. The window remained closed, the door steadfastly locked. The only anomaly in the room was a solitary stuffed rabbit lying abandoned on the floor, its unblinking black eyes fixed on her, a silent witness to the inexplicable events unfolding. Rebecca's anguished screams pierced the night, tearing through the veil of silence and reaching the ears of concerned neighbors. Emergency services were summoned, their flashing lights casting eerie shadows in the nursery as they found her, cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of disbelief and fear. The mysterious disappearance of Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, left investigators grasping at shadows, their efforts yielding few answers in the face of a baffling enigma. No signs of forced entry marred the serene facade of the home, the security system standing vigilant and unbreached. The recorded footage from the baby monitor held only the enigmatic voice and the crackling static, a puzzle without a solution. Whispers of suspicion swirled around Rebecca, casting a shadow over her grief-stricken heart. Her husband, Daniel, absent on business, added another layer of complexity to the unfolding drama. Strained by the weight of parenthood and haunted by whispers of postpartum depression, Rebecca found herself thrust into the harsh spotlight of scrutiny. And then a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, a clue, small and seemingly insignificant, emerged. Microscopic fibers, foreign to the household, clung to the nursery windowsill, hinting at a clandestine entry from the outside world. The investigation pivoted, unveiling a shadowy figure moving with purpose in the dead of night, leaving behind traces of a life unknown to the unsuspecting family. Daniel's return brought a new dimension to the mystery, his troubled past and hidden secrets unfurling like a sinister tapestry. Unusual calluses on his hands, a new-found penchant for rock climbing, and a web of deceit woven through clandestine calls and hidden agendas painted a damning portrait of a man divided against himself. As the threads of deception unraveled, the baby monitor emerged as a silent witness to the truth, its digital footprint leading investigators to a chilling revelation. Samuel, alive and well, was in the care of a woman named Elaine, a specter from Daniel's past with a tale of her own sorrow and loss. The courtroom hushed as the evidence unfolded, revealing a web of lies and betrayal that stretched beyond comprehension. Daniel and Elaine stood condemned by their own words, the haunting echoes of the baby monitor's whispered command reverberating through the trial. In the aftermath, Rebecca and Samuel found solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The legacy of that fateful night lingered in the silence, a reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of ordinary lives. The stuffed rabbit, a silent sentinel of the truth, remained locked away, its glassy black eyes a testament to the secrets it had witnessed. In the stillness of the night, the baby monitor stood silent, a guardian of the unseen, its whispers echoing through the darkness, a reminder that truth can be found in the most unexpected places. Story 26, The Nursery's Secret Whispers. She yearned to freshen up the nursery before the little one's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue, a hue that seemed to harbor secrets within its ancient layers. As she carefully applied the first coat of white paint, something unexpected emerged from beneath a series of letters, initially indiscernible, then gradually coming into sharp focus. A message etched beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you," her breath hitched in her throat. Stepping back, her eyes widened as she noticed them tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned too high on the wall for any child to reach. This eerie revelation within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the start of what would be known to investigators as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home just a few months earlier at a surprisingly low cost. The real estate agent had only mentioned minor cosmetic issues, neglecting to disclose the property's murky past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, a notebook clasped in her hand. A woman answered, her pregnant belly accentuated by paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles underscored her eyes, signs of sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted the discovery of the cryptic message and the ghostly handprints. The previous owners vanished suddenly, the woman divulged. The neighbors claimed they departed in the dead of night. No moving truck, just essentials packed into their car. Detective Klein ventured through the historic house, the aged floorboards creaking beneath her feet. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the message still visible where the painting had abruptly ceased. Adjacent to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the fresh paint, positioned at a height suitable for an adult. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records regarding the property. The house had changed ownership 8 times within 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. Each family had resided there for less than 2 years. Even more unsettling were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children had reported hearing whispers from the walls and feeling watched as they slept. The detective delved deeper, acquiring construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow without children, who had operated a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. News clippings referenced 5 children who had vanished from her care. Authorities at the time suspected they had run away, a common fate for orphans in that era. When Alina passed away, workers renovating the house stumbled upon a sealed room concealed behind the nursery wall. Inside, they uncovered children's belongings, tiny shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case went cold, relegated to dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a chilling narrative. Each family with children recounted strange incidents, toys rearranged overnight, childish laughter reverberating through empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these occurrences as mere figments of imagination until the ominous writing surfaced. The message varied slightly in each account. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. The handwriting remained consistent, unveiled whenever the nursery was repainted. A forensic linguist scrutinized photographs of the writing, confirming its resemblance to samples from Alina Blackwood's journals. Even more disturbing were the handprints uniform in size and placement over decades, despite different children residing in the home. The investigation took a grim turn when the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician identified anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each resembling a child's size. Workers breached the concrete, exposing a grim confirmation. 5 small sets of remains, arranged in a circular formation. Forensic analysis indicated that the children had perished during Alina's ownership of the house. Each child still wore a delicate pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had allegedly fled. The detective ordered the nursery to be doused in luminol. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall, concealed beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Countless handprints at various heights, as if the children had sought to escape. Alina's journals, salvaged from county archives, unveiled her twisted rationale. She believed that orphaned children possessed a unique spiritual essence. By confining them in the hidden room, she believed she could siphon their life force to prolong her own existence. The children had etched their warnings into the wall using their fingernails and bits of metal, hoping that future occupants would uncover their dreadful fate. The case concluded with the proper interment of the 5 victims. Their names were finally acknowledged not as runaways, but as victims of murder. The house stood vacant thereafter, the expectant couple refusing to set foot inside even to retrieve their belongings. Detective Klein submitted her final report, enclosing photographs of the luminol illuminated handprints and the message beneath the paint. She remarked that while justice had been served for the original victims, an inexplicable presence lingered in that house, something that persisted in reaching out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were raised during the cleanup process, yet workers attested to hearing children's whispers emanating from the ruins. Each worker declined to return after their shift concluded. The house was eventually condemned, becoming another cold case file in a forgotten cabinet, a physical testament to closure, yet with spiritual enigmas that would forever remain unanswered. The detective retained a single photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints aglow in the obscurity, a haunting reminder that certain crimes leave imprints that no amount of fresh paint can conceal. Story 27. In the quiet hum of the old apartment, peculiar sounds echoed through the walls, a symphony of groaning pipes and creaking floorboards. But the new tenant, Sarah, sensed a presence beyond the usual settling of the building. The footsteps above her were too purposeful, too deliberate for a place where she resided on the top floor. Night after night, she lay awake, the rhythmic pacing overhead haunting her thoughts. One evening, Sarah summoned her courage and tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The footsteps ceased abruptly, plunging the space into an eerie silence. Then, a single knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah's heart raced as she grappled with the unnerving reality of a hidden force residing in the very structure of her home. Despite the unexplained phenomena, Sarah chose to keep the unsettling experience to herself, attributing it to mere building quirks or perhaps a mischievous creature taking refuge in the attic. She adapted to the nightly disruptions by drowning out the phantom footsteps with blaring television volumes and the solace of headphones, desperate to shield herself from the unseen intruder traversing her ceiling in a shroud of darkness. Detective Morris was drawn into the enigma surrounding the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace while conducting routine repairs. Beneath a section of removed drywall near Sarah's unit, a clandestine passage materialized, defying the blueprint of the building. Inside this hidden domain, a makeshift living space unfolded before their eyes. Scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routines, her interactions, her preferences. The entries transitioned from orderly notes to erratic scribbles, interspersed with cryptic symbols creeping along the margins. The final message ominously declared, "The subject no longer responds to my signals. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic specialists delved into the depths of the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that eluded identification in any database. They unveiled a complex labyrinth of passages interwoven within the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. These clandestine conduits linked to multiple apartments but converged upon a singularity: Sarah Coleman's abode. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies beyond the ordinary bustle of apartment living. However, former tenants painted a chilling narrative of feeling watched or encountering inexplicable disturbances within the confines of Sarah's dwelling. One occupant had swiftly vacated after a mere fortnight, concealing their distress to avoid appearing paranoid. The breakthrough materialized with the discovery of microscopic blood traces in one of the hidden passages, genetically tracing back to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace years prior. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance, unearthing a pattern of complaints regarding noises from above his unit, attributed to a reclusive tenant named Edward. Edward, the elusive figure intertwined with the shadows of the building, had left a trail of transient residences over 2 decades, consistently gravitating towards top-floor abodes and shrouding himself in isolation. An unsettling revelation emerged as investigators unveiled Edward's rural property, unveiling a trove of surveillance materials and chilling records linked to missing individuals from his past residences. As the investigation unraveled the sinister tapestry woven by Edward, the grim reality of his heinous acts surfaced through the excavation of hidden graves behind his desolate cabin. The remnants of souls lost to his malevolent schemes whispered of unspeakable horrors, each grave a testament to lives extinguished in the pursuit of his twisted obsession. While forensic analysts endeavored to piece together the identities of the fallen, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's residence, where the shadows of Edward's malevolence still lingered. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, whispers of spectral echoes persisted among the residents. A chilling discovery awaited the maintenance crew tasked with fortifying the security measures, an ominous notebook concealed in the crevice where wall met ceiling, a harbinger of impending dread. The notebook bore a stark message on its initial page. They found my old nest, but not my new one. With mounting apprehension, the investigators scrutinized the final entry, unveiling a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, punctuated by a scarlet path leading to a hidden conduit. The date inscribed on the page foretold of looming peril, prompting a frantic search for the elusive Edward. Yet when officers rushed to evacuate Sarah from the imminent danger, her dwelling stood deserted, a ghostly echo of a life abruptly abandoned. A cryptic message etched in steam on the bathroom mirror beckoned them to look up, unveiling a chilling void where a ceiling panel had been clandestinely removed. The manhunt for Edward, now known as Edward Mercer, persisted as his malevolent legacy unfurled across state lines. His expertise in construction had facilitated the creation of his clandestine network, ensnaring unsuspecting souls within the very walls meant to shelter them. Detective Morris, haunted by the phantom footsteps that echoed in Sarah's apartment, remained vigilant, pondering the silent specters that lurked in the shadows of his own abode. As night descended, shrouding the world in obsidian hues, Detective Morris found himself gazing upward at his ceiling, a silent sentinel in the darkness. The echoes of Sarah's plight reverberated through his thoughts, a somber reminder of the insidious forces that lurk unseen, waiting to ensnare the unwary in their web of malice.